I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on. Nothing, keep the flame on. Nothing, keep the flame, keep the flame, keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame, keep the flame, keep the flame on.
interview. You are only 2 BO3s in front of qualifying to Prague. So how important are these 2 days for you?
It's kind of big important because we want to get a revenge against Kolesie, so we want to win today against Trik, and tomorrow it will be, I hope tomorrow we'll play against Kolesie again, so
Yeah, that's a great motivation. Your team score played against Tricked earlier this month. You beat them 2-1. So do you feel like it's a good matchup for you?
As you said, we beat them, so I think it's a good matchup. Yeah.
And also, you are for the first time on this interview or someone from your team. So the schedule right now is pretty hectic for you. You are playing lots of matches, lots of tournaments. So maybe aren't you exhausted?
Today I would say it's a lazy day. We have only 2 best of 3s. Yesterday we had 3 best of 3s. So today is off day, I would say.
So that's a pretty crazy schedule. Does it fit you? Are you enjoying to play a lot of CS matches in a day?
I think for most of the boys it's fine. They are grinders, so it's not that exhausting as you would think maybe.
All right, good to hear it as well. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck in today's match.
Okay, thank you.
Nicky B from Czech Esports, thank you so much for coming to the interview. Right now we are playing in a good form. You are on a 3 matches win streak. So how did you turn tables in this tournament?
I mean, the first match versus Alliance was kind of rough. I mean, they're a really good team, so we didn't kind of expect to win that one. But second game versus Young Ninjas, we then we needed just to pull ourselves together and play some good games. And the last 3 games has been quite close, all of them, but we managed to pull through. So yeah, I mean, just playing our own game and kind of relaxing a little bit in the close rounds is really a key to for us at least.
In today's Counter-Strike, and especially in this European VRS format, there is so many matches. So how do you feel being on this win streak? Because it doesn't happen so often because everything is so close.
Yeah, I mean, to be on a win streak, like, you know, 3-2 in this tournament, at least we also lost 2 games. So the points is really, really sparse, but we're just trying to play as good as we can, and then we will win the matches we know we can and climb slowly on the ranking. So
today against Walczaki, you are playing for quite a lot of points, but your opponent is playing for even more points. So do you think that will be a burden on them and maybe your advantage?
I mean, we kind of know them kind of well because they play like a lot, but yeah, I don't know if it's an advantage. I mean, both teams are just going to try to play their own game, and then the best team is going to win. I don't think the points are meaning too much. It's going to be a disadvantage or an advantage for any team. So
yeah, right now there is a lot of talk about cash, that it's finally happening, maybe even this week. So are you looking forward to that?
I mean, I'm kind of new to the professional scene, so I've never played cash like on professional level, or not in FACEIT or any stuff like that. So kind of a new map for me as well. So I'm excited to see how it's gonna pan out in the map pool and what's gonna happen.
Very interesting to hear that from you. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck for today's match.
Thank you.
nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napij.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo si smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Jen hozott to híresek čornokábon.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi, výbava, analytika, plechtiček, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
The Swiss stage is over and done with as Tipsport Conquest of Prague moves to the play-ins. In the next 2 days, we will find out which 2 teams will be joining Sashi and the Lions in the top 4 going to land in the Czech capital. My name is Luba. I'm joined by Pronogo, and we will be your casters for today. Pronogo, I'm very excited. How about you?
I'm stoked. We're going to finally see who's making it to land, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have a couple of best of threes for your action here, starting in a scant 3 minutes or less. We can see here on our screens our round 1 of our decider stage play-in. This is what separates the men from the boys, or at the very least, the LAN attendees from the guys watching at home. Walczaki versus Tricked are going to be an interesting set of opponents for each other. Obviously, the Poles managing to make it over Scream's clutch chain yesterday in a 2-0. Young Ninjas, the Academy roster, only Academy roster to make it in here at this point, going up against Hometown Heroes of Unity. That's all in the first round, and our second round, of course, has Kalesi and Eyeballers waiting for the winners of those previous rounds.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun 2 days. We're going to figure out which 2 teams will be going to land. And the deeper you go, sort of the bigger heartbreak it is for you. So the teams that actually lose in the next 2 days, they'll be really stunned as to what happened, where they made the mistakes. Maybe they're going to make it a learning experience, but it will be a heartbreak for whichever team loses in this one. Of course, you got Walczaki on one side, Tricked on the other, and we got a lot of things to say about these 2 teams, things that we will be talking about during this broadcast, but we will be moving on to our video to see which 3 maps potentially will be played in this one. We should be going live with the match very, very quickly, but first we need to figure out what maps will be played. Dust 2 and Overpass are not going to be in this best of 3, though Inferno and Nuke will, and I'm curious to see how teams will be looking at this one, especially given the fact that Walczaki have picked the T side of Inferno. The decider, should we need it, will be Ancient, as it is during the majority of this year on Tier 2, either the map that is played in best of 1s or that decider when you go to it, all of the teams sort of don't really struggle on it. They are playing solidly, but rarely there is a team that can really count on it. And if we consult Tipsport, our odd makers, it is the slimmest of leads for Walczaki, as it's basically even odds, Bronogo, but the odd makers are saying that maybe Walczaki are the slight favorites.
Walczaki being slight favorites checks out for me because stylistically speaking, Walczaki are a team that, while they can be very creative and they can come up with some sucker punches that come out of left field, at the end of the day, they are a lot more based around pugginess, based more around contact plays and reactions. They have less strat calls out of spawn. That's something that Tricked are a little bit more adept at. So their technical playbook, I think you're going to see a little bit deeper on a team like Tricked. Walczaki, on the other hand, they just have a lot of grooves in their minds with Counter-Strike filling every one of them. They've been playing for so long. They did 3 best of 3s yesterday. They're here again today to do another one for us. So ladies and gentlemen, let's kick our best of 3 off on Inferno. Walczaki, slight favorites across the series, starting off on the T side.
All right, let's see how they are going to cope on this attacking side of Inferno. A bit of a conundrum for us as to why they picked it, though they are no strangers to picking the T side, want to play aggressively, and that will be the case as they're charging toward the A bomb side. Boy in trouble. So many CTs, or rather so many Ts to find, only finding one. Leaks decapitated and out here. And it's Walczaki getting to the side. It will be an easy bomb plant, though rotations were quick by the Tricked boys, so there's still a chance for them to do something. But as I say that, Nikki B out of the round. It's Iceberg and Zalazar, probably the latter contemplating the option of saving this Kevlar Iceberg. He could just toss himself, chuck himself toward the site. He's going to get gooshed, and he should be out of here very quickly as they're trying to scramble something, but shots missed will be punished. It will be a Walczaki lead as we kick things off in the play-ins.
Very nicely played from Walczaki. They basically took the whole thing lock, stock, and barrel in the first few moments of that attack on the A site. You see multiple players wrapping in through straight one direction, and of course they had the one lurk of Moonwalk in apartments. But think about that little short push that they just did. Walczaki are a team that are going to do that kind of maneuver all the time, where most of them group up into one spot, and that's a wrap. Everything else is just there if it's necessary. Nobody is doing that kind of choke point heavy play on T-side Counter-Strike for longer than maybe 1 or 2 gimmick rounds. It's very rare that you're going to see something like that. So for Walczaki to just go straight in and have 4 players barreling down mid and into short, it's a little surprising, but it's also something you're going to see in gun rounds too. So just park yourself for a moment and figure that out with us, because that is the style of the Poles end up playing more often than not.
It's sort of their groove for the majority of their teams. We talked about TNC as well while they were in the competition. Another team that really likes to play some in-your-face Counter-Strike. And talking about things going in your face, Iceberg could get a couple of bullets in his dome very quickly, as he is the only line of defense of this B bomb site. Only equipped with the USP, does manage to deal some damage, but it will be a Walczaki second. These USPs at the end of the day won't be causing too much damage. They do have a flash to maybe try and steal away a couple of guns, but no trouble for the MAC-10 to just take them out of the round, get some money in the back pocket, and Leaks falls as well. One thing we need to note about Trick, they are on a bit of a winning streak. They lost the first 3 maps of competition. Of course, they lost the best of 1s, and then they lost the first map of their best of 3. But afterwards, they're on a 6-map winning streak, and they really want to keep that streak going today.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if within Tipsport Conquest of Prague here you saw Tricked rally up and find a way to continue their deathless march through this portion of the event. I wanted to say through the Swiss stage, but that's well and truly over now. Into the play-ins, where you see the best of the teams that have made it through so far. The teams that won out 3-2, 3-1. Of course, if you go 3-0, you get straight into LAN, which is a cool feature of the format. We just have 2 more spots to fill. So Trick definitely looking to keep their options sharp. Walczaki have just looked a little bit more grouped up. That death ball-y style I was describing in the previous that you also attributed to TNC, Luba, I feel like it's one of those styles that can be quite difficult if the shooters on the team that's doing that kind of style is really on point. And Walczaki were yesterday, no reason to believe they won't be today.
Few nades chucked towards the CTs. Nicky B takes some damage and gets taken out of the round. Iceberg again defending the B-bomb site alone through the smoke, trying to find him. Won't be the case, but Iceberg dies at the end of the day. Another round seems to be going to Walczaki's favor, as losing 2 CTs, not finding anything, means that you can save. It's been the story of Inferno basically since this map came into competitive play back in the original Counter-Strike. I wouldn't think that Trick have anything to show up with here, as they'll be looking to save the guns. But with the money that Walczaki already have, and with the money that they will get winning this round, you can clearly state, or clearly say rather, that they will be looking to hunt down these rifles. You want to make it easier for yourself when this best of 3 begins.
What's really interesting about the way that Walczaki have been playing so far is that even in this gun round, they were pretty methodical about taking control, and nobody was testing them. They kept expecting it. They were definitely searching the angles and checking their corners, but Tricked were not bringing to them any sort of fight at all. It felt very much like Tricked were maybe in a bit more of a, well, let's just see if we can hold them off at the pass. There was no proactive play for Top Banana. It felt like they were just going through the motions here. So we do need to see a mix-up pretty early on. It is a little gutting that came off the back of a pistol round, a save. Like, Trick made sure to manage their economy, and now they will have another go at it very early on. But I don't know what that last round was supposed to establish other than, hey, there are going to be proactive and clear corners.
Yeah. So far, so good for the Polish boys as the play-in stage kicks off. This is our first best of 3 of the play-ins out of 4 that will be played today, of course, and tomorrow will be the last 2 days of the online stage. At the end of May, of course, we'll be moving to LAN at the Vodafone PLAYzone Arena in Prague, as was the case last year as well. I said this a couple of times so far during broadcast, but if you live near Prague or in Prague, be sure to check out what's going on. You can get some beers, some food, and watch some good quality Counter-Strike, and it's always a good weekend.
Yeah, they were giving away buckets of KFC last time. Sign me up.
All right. It seems like the death ball approach will continue for the side of Walczaki, as they're again looking to ship themselves toward this B-bomb site defended by 2 players, of course, that were unsuccessful in the previous round. A full execute towards B. Nicky B will be the first point of contact as the Poles are walking in. Looking to do something is the side of Trick, but already losing 1 player. Iceberg needs to save his round, and he does. Finds a triple, and that might be enough. Finally, a sign of life from the side of the Trick boys as Iceberg pushes his team, whips them with an opportunity to win this round. They have a man advantage in this retake situation. And finally, actually, Walczaki will get tested in a round. It's Sammy and Buy in a situation where they need to keep this bomb on the floor, and they are a bit far from one another. Let's see if they can find the first frag. Not going to be the case. It's all down to Sammy. He had a blinder of a best of 3 last time we've seen him yesterday. Not going to do anything here. Finds only 1, and it will be Trick getting themselves on the board.
They do get themselves on the board, but they only keep 2 alive. Their money is going to be a little bit in question. Next round won't be perfect. Of course, you compare that to the cash and Walczaki. It's a little bit of a speed bump for them, and maybe a little bit of an unexpected counter to the flash that came up over Coffins. This is the play from Iceberg. The flash has already been thrown by himself, so he ends up giving himself exactly what he needs there in that situation. Even though he was fluffing the first kill for a little bit there, he still had plenty of bullets to send down range afterwards. And we can get a moment here to talk a little bit about what led up to that. So once again, Trick not doing anything tactically to try and push their opponents away from these choke points. They're letting them take all of that top banana coverage. They're letting them take bracket control initially, at least as far back as, boiler area and middle, looking into brackets. They're playing a very passive CT setup, and some utility is used as Walczaki try to fish out where they might be going, where the weaker site has been, and that's been 2 rounds in a row in gun rounds where they've actually done that. So considering these kinds of maneuvers, I'm hoping that Trick are talking over not just their buy, not just their economy, and what they wanted to bring into that round here, round number 5 that we're getting into. I hope that they're also thinking about ways to be a little bit more proactive, because if Iceberg doesn't get a triple, I think that round goes straight back to the Poles.
Yeah, you can't really hope to make heroic plays round after round, right? You need to be a little bit more proactive, play for some information, maybe make the Walczaki side waste some utility before they even get close to a side, which is the case here. You take banana control, of course, at some point you're going to have to pull back, which will be the case for Nicky B and Iceberg. But at least you make Walczaki work for every little part of the map they want to take.
Yeah.
Which at the end of the day, I mean, it adds up to something. Look at the utility on the Walczaki side this time around. Last time they had enough nades for a full B execute. Now they have just enough to enter a certain site. The question is, will they pick the right one? Going back to A, maybe a B split looming. That smoke will keep them at bay for a bit. Rather that incendiary leaks in trouble, gets a dink, but unable to find the frag. That will spread the defense of the Tricked. Now an opportunity for Walczaki to start attacking a side. Maybe they can even go to B directly, should they desire so. Iceberg still has a smoke, and that's something as well to keep in mind. They're going to have to go through that smoke at some point, and Iceberg might actually find himself a multi-kill yet again.
Oh yeah, this is his time because Walczaki are going through that smoke. There's 25 seconds left on the clock. He turns back around just in time to be blind, but doubles back and is able to clear Olymp. Samey trades. Reiko already borrowed into position, waits for the opportune time to pounce onto Nicky B, and Moonwalk's clearing the deck at the lurk. The bomb will go down with ample time left, and that, my friends, is not just a Walczaki fourth round, but boy's the last survivor. He's got himself an A4. They can hunt for him if they want to. Moonwalk obviously doing quite a bit of damage already to the economy, even stealing away the grenades off the floor, not leaving them scraps. The mouse will not be paid on the way out. Walczaki up to 4.
Tricked struggling at the beginning of this map. Wouldn't be the first case where that happened, and they managed to turn the tide of battle. Was the case multiple times during the Swiss stage, so I still think that we might see some more signs of life out of the Danish boys, but they're going to have to start firing on all cylinders if they want to make some damage happen on Inferno, and it is their map pick, something to keep in mind as well. Boy will be surviving at the end of this round. He will transition that M4 into the next, but it might be the best they got heading into the next round.
Yeah, that might be the only standout weapon. Remember that they didn't keep a majority of players alive in the round that they won, round number 4. Get a little bit of a replay on this particular play. Yeah, Bimey was playing anti-flash from that angle, watching for anybody going out the porch. Turns in, that's honestly a cracker of a shot. You do not expect that kind of reaction in that pinpoint precision either. So he clearly sussed out a player who could have been there, and the muscle memory bears out. Walczaki on point for sure. Now, Nicky B is going to be set up for a flash. It's the first proactive CT play we've actually seen on the banana side. Good to see it. Doesn't lead results. Reiko walking wounded and 5 points of health, but still alive. And it doesn't feel like Walczaki have made a decision as to where to go yet. They are still going to play this out for a couple more seconds, fishing around for any information. First time, they've actually been resisted at banana.
Yeah, and they'll be moving to A. Still a lot of time left on the clock for them to decide which side they like best. Nice flash, Salazar. He's not going to fire off a shot. He wanted to take intel, and he got just that. So this might be an opportunity for Tricked if they can set themselves up for a defense. This Deagle not going to hit the mark. Leaks needs to reposition. His teammates still staying tight on the site. Leaks lost its head, and now trouble looming for the Tricked boys. They're trying to be a bit more proactive, and there you go. Salazar finds a frag. Looking to do something more. Another kill with that 5-7. And the M4 still yet to show. Boy is going to die, but Salazar takes care of Reiko with that fire. And now with 35 seconds on the clock, Walczaki needs to get to the bomb. Salazar wants the ace. He's going to get the quad kill, and he's still looking for the last man. 1 versus 3 for Samey. He does have enough time to go to B, but he's going to have to hurry up and dispense of a player that is in tunnels. And Nicky B, he'll have a freebie here. No trouble as that MP9 fires back. Trick do as well, as they claim their second.
All right, Trick do have a plan. They also were flashing for Salazar for a while there. There's actually the second one that he peeks down mid with to find all the players. The first one, he didn't find enough info. I'm a little bit puzzled as to why the B defenders didn't push almost as soon as the 3 men were sighted, especially if you just count down from 3 and then go for the push through the smoke. It's a calculated risk, but one that at that point was certainly the right play. They did not, in fact, double back. They actually started to accelerate forward. Either way, though, Walczaki, off the back of Salazar's heroics and a little bit of luck with his Molotov clearing Reiko from previous damage, they are able to make things a little bit nicer. Up to 2 rounds. They can start chaining a few together. AWP on to Salazar, and he can build. Oh, he can build. He can lay those bricks down. Olymp and Reiko absolutely mauled by that collateral.
And it's all of a sudden a +2 for Trick with Sammy on 40 HP. What do you do if you're Walczaki here? Trick seemed dire in the opening rounds of this first map, but now they seem to have control over the events happening. Polish boys moving to A. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 on the site. Not going to be the easiest entry that Walczaki have ever had. They need to find the first frag. First kill needs to go their way. Otherwise, this round is lost, and it will be only a 1-round game to follow. Info gathered. Walczaki looking to enter the site. Salazar there already. Missed shot with the op, but Nicky B is there to secure a kill. And boy, they didn't check him. They didn't expect him. Easy frag for Boy. It's only Sammy left. Missed Molly. Needs to pull back. Best bet is to save this AK.
Yeah, and that's always a bit gutting when you're on the T side. Inferno's probably the map that has the most saves in the entire pool, not just for the CT side, but also, as you were seeing here, the T. Sammy, not exactly a player you would want to be cast in a saving role. He does actually prefer a bit more of an aggressive option. And at the very least, he clears Iceberg out. It's not much economic damage, but forcing them to rebuy anything at this point is good. And so he's going to hold on to not just the AK, but also a little bit of utility. All he needs is a smoke, which, hey, look at that. He has enough money for.
Yeah, exactly. So he'll have enough money for a proper buy. His teammates, not so much. We can expect Walczaki to maybe go for a half buy in this one, maybe even conserving most of their money and just hoping that that AK can do some damage. Oh, look at that. Salazar with that op shot. Completely discombobulated any plan that Walczaki had. And they will be looking to spend the entirety of their cash. With that AK, Baimi will have another one for himself as well. A Galil and a couple of smaller weaponries. So maybe an opportunity here for Trick to even get into the lead unless they can fluff this one, Pronogo.
Yeah, feels like this is a serving up on a silver platter, the idea of a tricked tie game. Walczaki have been known to win rounds with lesser weaponry, so you gotta put some respect on their name, and they are moving up pretty fast. I say they, it's just Baimi, who's already cleared Nicky B, sighted a player towards Moto. He's going to take him down too. It's just the pit guy, and he's dead as well. Baimi's just on a tear. He even sighted Iceberg through the winery, and that is going to be an immediate torch and burn operation. Olymp will get the bomb down, and the remaining CTs will be saving. This is not a tie game after all. Apparently, you only needed one AK. Baimi just reigning supreme.
Yeah, the question is, why did they buy the rest of their guns when Baimi can just get that AK and do the damage himself, basically on his own, opening the site and closing the round, getting his team on 5. Iceberg and Salazar just hoping to keep these guns for the next. Of course, there is a lot of cash to splash on the tricked side, so money is not a problem. But if you're starting on the CT side of Inferno, you're hoping to have the lead by the end of the first half, and it's not really looking too good in that regard for Tricked.
There's definitely a problem with related to their ability to hold back the storm. When it arrives at their gates, their reactions are not coming as fast as they need to. I think back to some of those B hits as well earlier in the map. Tricked are just struggling a little bit to shoot back, it feels like. Here's Baimi's attack on to the A side. So the first swing comes out. No team play here to immediately swing off of that. They're paranoid about players coming out of apartments, and for good reason. You saw Olymp leaping through the smoke at that point, thanks to the space created. So maybe it's just a question of them needing to be fishing for map control on other sides. There's a bit of a utility exchange towards Banana, and Iceberg boosted up on the half wall will clear too. So obviously a much better start in this particular round, but are they going to need to rely on heroics like this? Multi-kills from their defenders prior to the bomb going down. It seems like that is the modus operandi, the recipe for tricked success. And they've got it for now. I just have to wonder how consistent that's going to be.
Well, good strats, good ideas can yield multi-kills, which was the case in this one. Iceberg over the smoke, and I'm very surprised that he only has 6 frags, given how impactful his kills were so far during this map.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the other round that you think about is the triple where he got them on the board based on that, and then they ended up having the retake, keeping 2 alive. So between that and his double here, we've accounted for 5 out of 6 of his frags. Maybe his round swing percentage is looking good. Salazar going to be served up by me on a silver platter, and there will be no further follow-up push. The incendiary will keep things going. Everybody else is grouped up towards the A site. Only now are you starting to see some rotates. This 2 versus 5 would take shape if Moonwalk can get that smoke down, but they're still trying to deal with the AWP. And Salazar sends Sammy packing, tells him, hey, you just watch Moonwalk get hosed? Get out of here. Keep walking, buddy.
That will be the case. I hear the in-game chat, which means that we might have to go on a tactical break, sorry. Which is understandable. Walczaki got destroyed in this one, and they definitely want to keep their lead for as long as possible, secure at least a tied result heading into the next round, where they will have some money to spend. It will be a tricked tack pause,
look at
and I'm
that.
curious if they want to do something spicy, maybe something a bit more aggressive to toss a wrench into the gears of the opposing team.
I'd love a little bit more aggression from them. Their utility exchanges have caught Walczaki sitting in 2 different rounds. Obviously, one of them was borne out by a Salazar collateral, but it was a pretty consistent setup for Tricked to find a little bit of early action there. Whoa, Iceberg, we're on a rocky road here, I guess. It's a little bit of global warming happening. But one of the things that I keep thinking about this banana hold, the way that they send their utility out, I guess there has been a little bit of conditioning, because they'll send the flashes with nobody there to peek. They'll send the flashes almost as a habit. And if you know that they're coming all the time, but nobody ever comes to peek, it does do something to your brain. You start to think maybe that's not a real threat. Maybe I'm fine. Maybe there's no issue. And then there is an issue and you're dead and the round is lost. So that does tend to be how these kinds of conditionings go. That is the desired effect. But I'm curious, I'm really curious about the mechanism that is allowing Trick to find success in Banana. So far, it's been like sometimes we don't even joust for control, and other times it seems a bit more like they are trying to be proactive, but the shooting just goes the other way. Now it's a much tighter scoreline than it was before, ladies and gentlemen. Our opening map to our first best of 3 here is currently set at 5-4, Walczaki leading by 1 round. As it looks like we'll have a server reset. One of the major things that we are looking for in this series, in this particular map, is how straight shooting are the Walczaki boys, because they were on another level in the zone after 3 best of 3s yesterday. Has fatigue set in the following day? Did they get good sleep? Are they feeling like they had enough time to consider their opponents? Do they even do that when they have to play 3 best of 3s in one day? These are questions on my mind that I'd love answers to, that we will be in search of as we get a little bit deeper into this series.
Yeah, Walczaki said it themselves. It's a bit of a lazy day today. Only 2 best of 3s they will play.
Wow, okay.
So yeah, they're basically doing nothing all day.
Yeah, they're chilling, That's only like 6 hours of Counter-Strike. Compared to the 9 that they had before. The schedule can be pretty grueling, particularly when you're talking online Counter-Strike. It's one of the main reasons why I was so happy to have a situation go live where we have so many more LAN events, right? Obviously, Tipsport and PLAYzone are working together on this particular event here, Conquest of Prague. And PLAYzone's featuring a ton of other events soon. Oh, yeah.
What the hell did we just see?
Yeah, the foot.
Oh, of course, it's by me.
By me?
Of course, it's
what a
by
fraud, dude. He just put his whole foot on the screen. Like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah, some people sell that for money.
Some people sell that for money, but some people buy that with money. Ugh. That's like, you might as well have an anime skin on your gun,
I wonder if Buy Me does.
Yeah, I guess probably. Hey, you know what? I just realized that since I feel like it hasn't been at all this year that I've seen any anime skins. Do they go out of fashion, or have we been lucky? Because, every time I would see it, I would bring it up.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in a long time. Maybe as the game gets older, the players get more mature. That can't be it.
No, we did just see a foot on screen, so that's definitely not it. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. There will be no technical foul called on by me. He will not have to play with his feet after demonstrating that he can use his mouse with it. We are getting into round 10. This could be a tie game for Tricked, but there are rifles to shoot back with on the other side. Well, not as much utility as you would like for Walczaki, but they need a bomb plant, damn it. They're looking for one of those. Bit of a fast-paced action here as Reiko takes it by storm, trading out by me immediately. They were not expecting Iceberg already to be over here. And look at this. They're barreling towards B at the same time. This is going to be a 2 versus 4, but the sight control is gone. And Moonwalk, he's set up here. Oh, Nikki B found him. Nikki B knows exactly where he is. There's element of surprise is gone. He darts back across and can't correct the crosshair afterwards. This is all onto Olymp with that bomb down. He stands in the flames and almost takes 2 out, but that will be 3 members of Tricked surviving and a tie game after all that.
Yeah, Tricked managed to get themselves on 5 after 10 rounds played. Walczaki, a bit of a wild round looking for kills, and you can't really expect Iceberg to be so far towards the A-bomb site given the fact that he's been playing B the entirety of this map. Barely saw the other site so far. And that was a double that completely turned this round into the favor of Tricked. Had it been a 1-for-1 trade, it would have been so much more difficult for Trick to get this retake. Otherwise, of course, it was a very simple endeavor. And finally, they get themselves in a situation where they can actually post up a lead. And not just that, maybe even keep it by the end of the half. Though, as you mentioned previously, we've seen Walczaki use these broken buys to great advantage yesterday against Clutch Chain.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I was just about to say, hold your horses. They're not over the hump just yet. Salazar also going to be rotating a little bit further away from middle. It looks like he's going to try to burrow in to care for anybody wrapping arch side. Smoke is going to be towards the cubby. They're also jousting a little bit with Iceberg. He gets tapped once by a lesser weapon. Flashbang will just force him a little bit further away. Molotov to take control of the top of Banana. And I don't even really hate the idea of Tricked resmoking and trying to stay on fight here. Remember, they do have the improved weaponry. They do have the premium rifles. So it's okay that they're staring up against players who are more numerous than them. But wow, look at that. The smoke goes through. Salazar, he needs to be on point here. He needs to catch some of these rotations. All he does is do damage to Bybee through the wall, but the pistol comes out to finish the job, and we're all looking on Reiko after that. The clean sweep. Oh no, hold on, he missed the smoke, but it ends up working out for him as he takes Salazar down as well. Now got a 1v2 on his hands. For a moment there were so many CTs to deal with. Now, there's a glimmer of hope, a little bit of possibility. He burrows into the ruins and knows that he needs to watch out for it. He holds his nerve and doesn't fire a shot. The flashbang was too far away. The other player likely coming from another angle. And as the smoke blooms, he pushes himself out of there, but that's the mistake that's going to cost him. Leaks recovers the AWP. And that will be a 6th round for Tricked with 2 survivors, an okay bank, and stupendous bank, actually. It looks like Tricked are going to be just fine for this last round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very surprised always by Walczaki how well they do with buys that really don't look like something big. You know, you got Tech 9s, you got SMGs, and then they're constantly a threat. Always need to keep yourself on your toes, of course, if you're playing against them. Which was the case in this one. I mean, if Salazar goes down, a few situations that could have been, 50-50, maybe it would have been a Walczaki round. This way, Tricked get themselves in front for the first time in this map, if I recall correctly. And Walczaki heading into number 12, not going to have a lot again. 3 MAC-10s and 2 rifles. Of course, this round should be reset, as it seems like somebody is having some technical issues. So we will have something to talk about, Pronogo, before we actually enter into the last round of the first half.
Yeah, Leaks hadn't bought anything, and Bybee was staring at a wall. What was that movie, Blair Witch? Yeah, something like that. But it looks like we're waiting on somebody to reset and reconnect. Indeed, Leaks was having some difficulty. Good thing that these cameras are so low resolution. Nobody can see the IP of the server. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Connect to Pixel? Good luck, dude.
I did have some issues with that when I started streaming. I would always enter the IP address of some custom servers on stream, and there were numerous times when people either entered the server without permission or just overloaded the server, and I figured out, all right, yeah, it's probably a good idea not to show the server IP.
Look at this guy, so popular on his stream. People start attacking him and griefing him. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm just
suffering from success.
DDoSed.
Yeah. Suffering from success. Yeah, just confirmation. It was indeed leaks. Having to reconnect. There will be a round reset. And it sounds like that's already gone through. So we're going to get right back into our last round of half number one. So far, honestly, it's been a little bit of a slow one, as Inferno often is. But it started off quite pacey. And Walczaki have tried a few pacey rounds since their initial success. It just hasn't gone their way as well. It feels like as soon as there's a little bit of resistance, they stalled out a little bit. And when stalling out, they didn't find another way to group up and go for another attack. It just kind of splintered off and they started to collapse in different pieces. I like the idea behind some of their attacks, don't get me wrong. Just maybe needs a little bit more potency on it. They need to go a little bit faster before Trick can figure out what's going on. And look at this angle from Salazar, expecting a jump into the window through bedroom. So far, that is not playing into it. Nobody at bottom of banana for Walczaki, though. They are grouped up for this terrain. They want this map control.
And they're very close brackets, so this will be a bit uncomfortable for Trick, especially if they lose the first player. Boy actually gets that frag. His teammates might be under duress as Salazar needs to reposition. Boy got dinged. So did Sammy. Leaks trying to salvage this site on his own. Gonna die after one, but the cavalry is still there, looking to do something. 3 versus 3. Look at the HP on the side of Walczaki, and they still haven't planted the bomb as Iceberg is lurking, but gets his head blown off. Now a lot of trouble for Trick. A 2 versus 2 and still a chance here for something to do. But they still have to put the bomb down, and that will be the case just now. Sammy on the Mac 10, and with very little help, he's going to play a headshot angle, or rather have to do so. Bimey, similar can be said about that. Sammy, nothing to save him as Salazar blows him away, and it's only Bimey left as they're trying to swarm the site. Finds the first, not the second, and it will be a tricked lead at the half. Walczaki proved themselves to be a very dangerous opponent in the first half of Inferno, but the Danes on their territory, on their map, pick will have a minimal lead at the half.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Trick CT side held its own. They managed to make it work even though they did have a slow start. Even this last round was dangerous but went their way. Trick will have a minimal lead as the side switch. Let's see Walczaki now on the defense, as they are a team that likes to play aggressively in Pronogo. You've been looking for aggressive plays from the CTs throughout the first half. Maybe Walczaki will consider that.
Yeah, I was surprised that Tricked were so patient with their play on the CT side. I don't think Walczaki are going to have that description applied to them. maybe with the word not in front of it, as we have Tricked already starting to ball forward. Baimi's taking the first frag, and Sammy has a good opportunity here. Oh, but not when Balcony's already under duress, under attack. Look at that from Reiko. Tap away. Only needs a few bullets for his endeavors. And that is a pistol round won by Walczaki. Now won both pistols on Inferno. Something we didn't touch on too much is the side balance of Inferno. It's a map that swings really hard one way or the other, depending on if the execute was successful. We didn't actually see too much of that for Trick. They had a few retakes, but typically retakes are not where you win your rounds. That's your X factor. Those are the rounds that you need to win in a really close fought game. You need those small percentage plays if you're going to do your, phase bullshit style stuff or nip magic back in the day. It's off of those retakes. But everything else, you stuff them before they even get there. You deny the bomb plant or you mow them down to the point where the retake is easy. And that's not what we saw so far. I do think we're going to see something a little bit more like that here from Walczaki, where they're just going to try to mulch them before Trick can even get to a bomb site. Right about now, you can see they're much further forward, even from the second round. We've got two members over on bottom banana, middle banana maybe. And of course, they've got their apartments and brackets control lined up. There's pistols here for the side of Tricked, including a taser for Boy. I don't think either of those are going to come into play. But very deep smokes here from Walczaki. All right, guys. They heard me and they said, wait. We can be aggressive.
Yeah, no problem. Why not? Especially when you got MP9s and you know they're up against pistols. A chance for them to make some bank. They will be pulling back, but with 45 seconds on the clock, it's Trick that need to make a move, and make a move. Hopefully they will very quickly, as we can just get this round out of the way. And when the teams are all tied up yet again, continue watching some interesting Counter-Strike. Hoping that these pistols can do something on the A-hit. Boy probably wishes that he bought a flash instead of that Zeus. And Baimi will have a field day here, clearing out the T's on long, finding a triple just to boost his statistic a little bit more.
Oh, where's the jumping taser? There it is. It was a gift for Moonwalk specifically. Only one MP9 killed that whole round, by the way. A little bit of an unfortunate situation there. But only in the sense of you could have gotten more, not in the sense that you did anything wrong.
Yeah.
Cleared the deck. Baimi got the majority of those frags, easy as you like. And we are indeed all tied up. Inferno is unceremonious at times. And that one was certainly around for no books. Do not record this. Do not write it down. It didn't need to be anything. This one, though, could be a little bit nicer. We've got AKs and one Galil onto Boy. The cost of a Zeus apparently separating him from having a proper gun. And he's got plenty of utility. Richter definitely a bit more on the tactical side as compared to Walczaki's more reactionary style of Counter-Strike.
If you're Tricked here, you want to get as close to the site as possible without expending too much of your utility as you started the round with very little grenades to boot. So they're hoping not to spend their nades and probably hoping to enter a site in the early stages, or rather the earlier stages of this round. Olymp, a chance to do some damage with that HE. It will land, but just a little bit. In the end, not dealing enough damage. That Molly will just touch Iceberg. So some unconfirmed damage dealt by the Walczaki boys, but it's the guns that will need to make a difference as Tricked are knocking on, I was gonna say the doors of B, but now they've just left a lurk there and going back to A, though all of this commotion didn't force a rotate.
Yeah, Walczaki are totally fine here. They don't feel threatened whatsoever by what Tricked are doing. In fact, it seems like they've sussed out the idea that this is a fake. Olymp already rotating over with that MP9. It's going to be a really hard situation to clear. Tricked pretty wise to Samy's position. Oh, or are they? Tossing the smoke. Well, maybe it doesn't even matter because Baimi's able to multi-frag and Sammy mows him down with the MP9 close and long range. Leaks was supposed to be the apps guy. Instead, he's the fall guy. Nothing here for him to do. Can't even clear Olymp through the wall. Awkward angle, right eye peek easier for the Polish player, and that is a clean sweep for an 8th round, or a 7th round rather. Not easy to come up with those kinds of rounds, right? But you're thinking about how Walczaki are going to build their economy and how sometimes that can be a really difficult thing on the CT side of Inferno. Another tactical pause comes out here for Tricked as they're talking over their options, and it's something that I'm really a little bit worried about them for. They've already kind of dug themselves a bit of a hole by letting their CT opponents mow them down in a gun round and keep all 5 alive.
Yeah, looking at the statistics, I'm sort of confused why Tricked opted to go for Inferno. You can't really say that it's a punish pick, given the fact that Walczaki play it. Not necessarily good on it, but they play it, definitely. And it's not a map that is played a lot by Tricked, so it could have been one of those pocket picks. You take it out and hope that you practice enough on it. Doesn't seem to be the case, judging by the first gun round of their T side. Of course, that is subject to change. And now with Tech 9s, they can still be able to do some damage, hope to tie the scoreline up. Walczaki, of course, having the dream scenario in that previous round, not losing a single player, upgrading from MP9s to AKs, and this is a very good start as Iceberg, or rather Salazar, is already out of the round.
Salazar has been the heaviest hitter for Tricked, certainly the most dialed-in player of the first map, often touted as a star for the lineup. And with Olymp also finding Leaks, who's in some ways the best of the bunch for the rest of the group. Yeah, this is a clean sweep. They, once again, don't lose a single player. And it's starting to fall flat. It's starting to be very concerning here. This is, you know, first to 13 is a very different ballgame than first to 16, and it's a point that's talked about a lot, maybe unnecessarily now that we're so many years into Counter-Strike 2. But I do just have to underscore that you don't have a lot of opportunities. Your opponents are up to 9 rounds on you now, and they haven't lost a player in 2 rounds. Their money is out of control. Even if you're able to clear them here, there will be a buy in the next round. There likely will be a buy in the next round after that. So how do you get out of this one? It's going to be through a lot of blood, sweat, and tears on the side of Trick. They are going to need to work for it real hard now, giving themselves a very big challenge.
It's going to be difficult, definitely, to dislodge this defense of the Walczaki side, as Trick maybe have dug themselves into a bit of a hole. Still only 2 rounds, the difference between these 2 teams, so it shouldn't be that big of an issue if Trick can actually get going on this T side, and best time for that is now, as always. They're grouping up in front of B, 2 players defending that side. Some damage dealt, not a substantial amount, but just softening up Salazar and Iceberg. Still utility available for the Walczaki side. Nobody burning in that molly, so I don't think that a lot of information was gathered. Lakes, of course, playing his lurk, hoping that somebody might poke his head into apartments, which won't be the case here. And now the attack needs to begin. 45 seconds on the clock. They still have time, but now that you've expended most of your utility, probably a good idea to enter the site. 2 players defending, 1 on the rotate, Olin through the smoke, finding 1, not the other. Gets traded right away. Reiko rushes through the smoke, but only good for 1 as well. Sammy maybe next on the chopping block. Very low is Iceberg, and he's out of the round, though the bomb has been planted, and this is still an opportunity for Leak. So 1v3 with a player very late. By me will be coming from Banana. So Leaks will have to have his head on a swivel, unable to find the first, and Sammy punishes as Walczaki get to double digits.
Really excellent shooting from Walczaki. Reiko with the balls to go right through that smoke. He makes everybody so damn low at the same time. So 2 survivors at this point, right? 2 survivors are walking wounded, looking almost dead as the bomb goes down. And that HE to finish off the bomb planter is just, it's just the cherry on top of the whole sundae there. Walczaki eating good. A delicious treat on the B site. And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to easy retakes. Did that even feel like a retake?
No.
I mean, not really. They just mowed him down before they got there, and Trick have no immediate answer. Maybe if they could blow open Reiko here, but Olymp is putting them on a timer, and Reiko's shooting back as well. This is the level of outrageous aggression and risk-taking that is, at this point, warranted. I mean, look, They had no idea. And then he jumps down to clear Leaks as well. They might as well know exactly where everybody is. It's only Salazar to do anything back. And Reiko will finish him off as well. 11 6-7, and no end in sight for the Polish powerhouses.
Men against boys, it seems, in this second half, as the Danes are still yet to post around on this T side. And I mean, you could just see in the previous round how much confidence Olymp has pushing down mid. Of course, a standard play, but just jumping on top of Leaks and taking care of him as well. That's a statement as well. That's a message sent to Tricked.
Yep, like, you know, I'm expecting somebody to be here. I will put myself into a position to eliminate them if they are here. He's just feeling it. He's just on one. And look at the money, too. 10K. 8.8K is the minimum. Some people are close to max, Moonwalk and Buy Me. And at this point, they might not need to spend too much. Buy Me clears 2 from the cubby, trading out Samey, and Moonwalk activates from the balcony, clearing 2 more on the other side of the brackets. It's all on the Leaks in a 1-on-4, and well, I don't need to continue that sentence. We know how this one ends.
Oh, absolutely. A good trade for Reiko, losing 2 players. Walczaki, of course, they've been rolling in cash basically ever since this second half started, and they will have 5 map points on the opposing team's map pick. Tricked, we talked about it. They were fantastic after they went 0-2 in the Swiss stage, managed to get a 6-map win streak. It seems like that streak ends here, Pronogo, as they have not been a threat to Walczaki in the second half.
Yeah, still figuring out their buy at the very end here, trying to assemble what they can. Leaks obviously has an AK. Everybody else a little bit of a compromise there. I mean, Leaks himself doesn't have that much money, doesn't have that much utility. So there's compromises all around for what could be the final round of Inferno. What feels likely to be Walczaki. There's a bit of pressure going on here. They definitely want to get a little bit more, and they've traded up an AK as a result. Reiko didn't have much support off the back of that. Buy Me will rotate over early. Olymp here to defend more normally. And that's actually freeing up some more of Tricked to assault the A side of the map. They're clearing out a lot of the common forward positions. Makes sense. Walczaki have conditioned them to expect them in those areas. Instead, it's Samey and Moonwalk just kind of burrowing in a little bit more. Balcony, maybe now towards the porch, and this is where Olymp activates on the other side of the map. Samey's AWP clears Boy from Boiler, and Olymp clears out Salazar as well. Even when you get the opening pick, Tricked have nothing to offer, nothing to do. Their win streak in Tipsport Conquest of Prague has come to an end on maps. It will be broken after 6, and Walczaki, well, they're more than just happy to be here. They dominate them on Inferno, especially on the CT side. We're going to go to their map pick of Nuke next, and this could be a very early 2-0 if it goes anything like yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like it. It smells like it. The side of Trick in this last round, they found that opening kill. That was not nearly enough, as Walczaki have managed to control themselves enough, control the map, and take it easy on Inferno. 13-7, but I think the second half sort of shows you that it was a lot more dominant by the eye test, definitely, when you check out how Walczaki played. Very individually skilled, very confident, very gutsy, let's call it that way, that they were constantly pushing, constantly putting a lot of pressure on the side of Trick, and Trick could never get going in the second half. They had a few buys. I mean, that's something to say. It would have been maybe a different story had they got the pistol round and maybe got the ball rolling in that regard. But this way, they're going to have to hope that Nuke fares better for them.
Yeah, at the very least, they ought to be starting on the CT side there. So the favored side on, in theory, both maps, but definitely on Nuke, will be a welcome boon for them. Walczaki have been pretty adept at dealing with troublesome CT sides on Nuke, though. We saw that again against Clutch Chain just yesterday, and also historically when they were still being called ESC. This is a team that played Nuke just fine. They're enjoying it. They are Nuke enjoyers. So we're expecting them to do pretty well in that map. I'm sure that the odds are going to be stilted in their favor once we check in with them after our short break, but yeah, I'm mostly just sitting here thinking, I guess we got to pour one out for Tricked. Their sagas feels like it's coming to an end. It's on them to change our minds about that. And they didn't put up a good, accounting of themselves on Inferno.
It needs to be dramatic when Tricked plays, and that was the case during the Swiss stage. So hopefully they still have a few twists and turns, a few stories to tell in the Conquest of Prague. But of course, everybody, will be going on a short break, and we'll be back with Nuke.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
exhausted. And you cannot stop me. Nah, you cannot stop me.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. Pass the baton, we gon' take it far. Always be real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues when fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these boxes they throw at me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow on me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop me, nah, you cannot stop me. This isn't a robbery, hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. A bit of an unfortunate situation for Tricked in map number 1 as they could not post a round in the second half of their map pick. Hopefully things will be better on Nuke. Sorry for the delay. We had some issues that were fixed during this bit of a longer break, and we will be joining Nuke very soon. Of course, this is the first best of 3 of the play-in stage of the Conquest of Prague 2026, and everything is ready. Nuke is at the ready. Hopefully the players will bring us the show. As I would assume, of course, Tricked will be starting on the CT side. That is the case. You can see it on the player cams. It is their opponents starting on the T side. Walczaki versus Tricked, what could be the last map of competition for the Danish team.
Certainly seems likely based on Walczaki's track record on a map like Nuke, but maybe the Danish boys will be able to revivify their country's etymology here. You got to think about the history that Danish teams have had on a map like Nuke. Definitely something that you got to watch out for. And Walczaki already cutting noise. They are going to be outside for the most part, almost on a lineup type of deal. I'm guessing to swing wildly in favor of anybody outside. Nobody's there to receive all that aggression, though, and they make some noise and barrel over towards Secret. This is going to be a lower hit through and through. Salazar already rotating over with the first pair of dualies. Boy is after with that. He's got to mow down, but he can't get anything done. It's a flurry of frags from Walczaki, and Olymp is finally going to be the first victim on the other side. Iceberg thankfully stuffing him back down the vent before descending himself into the pit, where a lot of terrorists are awaiting. Baimi is able to easily dispatch him after that drop, and that was the last best hope that they had. It doesn't look like Boy's going to get anything done here from Splitter. In fact, split open just as his head. That is a Walczaki pistol, 3 out of 3 so far.
Yeah, Walczaki doing very good on pistol rounds, and they've been very creative with them. Of course, this round being one of the key examples of it. You make a play towards A, you draw a few eyes of the Tricked boy toward that side, and in the meanwhile, the rest of the Walczaki players just waltz through Secret. It was pretty easy, and you catch the defenders off guard. I mean, you have to say Tricked knew what was going on, but just that split second was the difference between them being posted up in good positions to actually defend the side, which was not the case. And Walczaki continue with their pistol round streak. Even if they lose the pistol, we saw that yesterday against Clutch Train, they still do quite well.
Oh, yeah.
As they find the plays necessary to, even with the weaker weaponry, take it over the line. And this shouldn't be any sort of problem for Walczaki. Losing a player, yeah, and same is on 3 points of health. But I would assume that Boy shouldn't really deal too much damage to the Walczaki economy.
Nah, I mean, what's the taser going to do? Last time it was a gift to Moonwalk. Hey, he might actually get it again, dude. He's hunting for him. Let's see, making some noise. Oh, the suspense. Boy is just waiting. Oh,
there you go.
He's got him, and a MAC-10 for his trouble.
Yeah, but with the MAC-10 against 3 rifles, nothing really you can hope for. Ooh, for a moment there, I thought that Reiko was going to be going down, left on 3 HP himself, though no trouble for Walczaki, as the guns they've lost were not of that particular value. So it will be a very good buy heading into the next, where Tricked will have a proper buy to boot. So hopefully we get to see some resistance coming in on this CT side, as so far Tricked were a bit shocked, especially, of course, in that pistol. Couldn't really anticipate what the Polish boys were doing. Now hoping to make a dent. It will be, of course, a very solid buy for the Danish team, but some things lacking. They have less utility than they would like, and diffuse kits nowhere to be spotted. So that could make a difference in this one.
I feel like it's going to. Walczaki are pretty adept at getting the bomb down on a map like Nuke, even in the rare T round that they end up dropping yesterday. It's something that they were pretty good at doing. Their economy always a little bit more flush than you would like it to be from the defender's perspective. Smokes are going to sail on through the death ball style, being split up for round 3 of Walczaki. East side being a little bit more pensive as they await any signs of activity that they can exploit, any holes or cracks in the defense, and Moonwalk is getting right on through past Iceberg and Nikki B. Has to watch out for a lot of different potentials here. Iceberg felt like maybe he was anticipating it, but Moonwalk takes Nikki B out. That was the garage player. Outside is not nearly as secure, and neither is Ramp as the rest of the T's barrel on through the opening Moonwalk created. Iceberg outside is going to be not expected by Reiko. At the very least, that should be a free kill. Oh, it wasn't as free as we thought. 6 HP left on Iceberg, and the bomb goes down. Samy's going to guard against Boy, pushing through the door. 3 versus 3 right now. If they can link up, Trick can score for this, but it will be expensive no matter what. Walczaki, on the other hand, are happy to call them out, and it maybe doesn't even look like Trick are going for it. By me will not allow Boy out. There is no way out with 3 members alive, so Tricked are going to try their best to save these guns. And I think while Iceberg is under a little bit of threat here, he should be able to get free and clear of the opposition, but still a dominant showing so far, just like Inferno for Walczaki.
Yeah, I think, and don't quote me on this one, I think they stole a play out of the Vitality playbook. That smoke that looked sort of like it missed, but it actually didn't. It just alleviated, or rather allowed Moonwalk to go through it, find a double, and afterwards you knew that the round was won. Even with the frags that were found by the side of Trick, they had no kits, they had very little utility to use, and they had to make long rotates in order to get to the site. So even though it was a 3 versus 3, it didn't really look like it did it, as they tried to just save their guns, and it's still Walczaki getting the rounds. Of course, Trick is in a solid spot financially, as they can buy back, but they're hoping to score a round on the board as soon as possible and get themselves in play as well.
Yeah, and if Walczaki ever decide to slow it down towards an A take instead of an outside control push, or anything like that just happened in the previous 2 rounds, Trick are going to be in some trouble in this, because they do not have the utility to fend them off over and over again. Walczaki, on the other hand, of course, are fully stacked. They could send multiple site executes, draining Trick of all their resources, and then putting the screws, turning the screws on them. I don't know for sure that Trick would be able to respond to that. It's going to take individual highlights. Moonwalk could get shot in the back by Nikki B, much like what happened last time. Is he going to hard clear that position? The answer is no. Unceremonious execution. That's going to make Boy the next point of contact. Salazar rotated over already. Molotov will force him back. They're going to try to clear Boy's MP9, and they are successful in doing so. No support available as Salazar rotates up to heaven. Now this is going to have to be a retake on the lower side. Iceberg needed at least 1 there, preferably 2. Going home empty-handed is gutting, and we might end up seeing another save.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really hope to even get close to the side. It's Nikki B, Leaks, and Salazar hoping to save their guns for the next. It's Walczaki continuing this streak, getting a 4th on the board, and feeling very good in their own map pick, which we have to say we could have anticipated. Nuke is not only a map that statistically is good for them, they play it a lot, right? So this is one of those situations where, especially compared to Tricked, where they don't really enjoy playing Nuke, Walczaki do have the upper hand, and winning the pistol just gets the ball rolling for you, which was the case here. They won the pistol, they won the conversion. Afterwards, of course, these gun rounds, you only need to stop the CTs from rotating fast enough from side to side. Walczaki are currently doing that in a very good way.
Well, I just love that they still go forward with the plan even after Moonwalk gets cleared outside. They know a player is so far away that rotations shouldn't be available to extinguish the smoke and flash through the Molotov that goes directly into Salazar's position there in the back of the upper room. So when we're considering that angle around Hell, this kill here, it gives information over to Walczaki, and that is a tool that they can use. Some sharp shooting from Reiko as well to clear Iceberg out without any reprisal, and there's just no chance. The Walczaki having a very easy go of it in that round number 4. Now we get to see what's going on in this one. Salazar outside with the A1S. Op feels very far away from his acquisition, and I really doubt Walczaki are going to opt for it themselves, considering Samy's happy with a rifle. Once again, going for those lurk smokes that still work out as a bit of a wall. HEs are called out. Moonwalk. Oh, he's once again caught slipping. Nikki B has his number 2 ice, 2 for 1. And this time there's no ramp pounce of waiting, so Walczaki are going to have to make this happen from the upper site directly.
Let's see if that will be the case. They still have 60 seconds on the clock. A lot of Molotovs used to clear out the positions of the A-bomb site, but they still haven't pulled the trigger. Nikki B struggling. Reiko punishing. It's a 4 versus 4. Now they can continue to ramp. Boy, not the best timing as he hits the deck as well. A man advantage for Walczaki as they want to make their way to the B-bomb site. The CT's considering the rotate in a 3 versus 3. And they will have 2 players around the site, hoping to strike first before the bomb has been planted. It's gonna get planted. Leaks now his position known, able to find the kill, though gets traded back right away. Iceberg still yet to pounce, still waiting for some intel to be gathered. Knows that there's at least a single player on the site, but now he loses his head. And Salazar, no chance versus 2. It's 5 for Walczaki, and even when it looks difficult, they find a way to break open the defense.
They sure do, and it looks like Leaks is going to have to drop the AWP to Salazar if that's going to be an instrumental part of their defense going into round 6. Meanwhile, this is the kill that really changed everything. The fact that Nikki B doesn't focus in enough to clear Reiko, who's jumping around and not expecting him to be in that position. Clearly, we see promise in how this defense here from Tricked, Nikki B in particular, is being allocated to outside. He gets the jump on players just fine, but that needed to be a kill, and that is going to cost them. There's pace to this attack, Yuba. Walczaki are not slowing down, even though the bomb has been dropped. There's still a chance here, but, well, Baimi exposing himself a little bit too much, and now all of a sudden, Olim, he's caught himself in a 1-on-4 with no easy way into the site. So Tricked throwing a lifeline there.
Absolutely. Iceberg, again, being the one that gets the ball rolling for Tricked. Though still, Olymp, with the cash that his team has, he can still commit to this round, or at least, of course, at the very least, take a few guns away, which would be consequential for the rounds that await. Salazar not going to give him that opportunity as Tricked get there first on the board. Not too late, but they're hoping to chain together a few.
Well, it's pretty nice, in fact, that Tricked are able to get onto the board. Remember, this is Nuke, guys. This is a map that CTs are supposed to be favored on, but Walczaki have just never let go, never took their foot off the pedal, even when they were applying a little bit of brakes to it so that they could find a way to grind through anything Tricked tried to put up as a roadblock. Walczaki kept smooth sailing, smooth driving until just that last round, and they careened off a cliff. But there's plenty more where that came from. They've already souped up a new sedan ready to go. Full buy here for Walczaki. The Poles are happy about how Nuke has begun, but they want a little more. Salazar outside by red is going to be the first point of contact, it feels like, for anybody going outside. And Reiko, he was hunting a little bit. Now he's lining himself up for an upper execute. A couple Molotovs will go through. He saw the upper peel off. Moonwalk, he's cleared Nikki B already from outside once again, but that's not the upper. That's not what Salazar is all about. And suddenly, Moonwalk has taken care of another player in the upper rafters. It's a total wipe in favor of Walczaki, losing only 2 players. And Salazar, he was so deeply committed into the upper hit, he had no idea how dead he was.
Well done by Walczaki, again, making it work, even though for a second there you thought that Tricked might be able to handle this attack. Moonwalk, again, opening things up very well for his team. And at the end, there's very little that Leaks could do with his team as dying left, right, and center. A tactical timeout for Tricked. I guess a certain player's room needs to get cleaned up. Come on, get on that as soon as you finish this counter. I mean, you could put it on pause, right?
I guess that's the tactical pause. Momberg says, clean your room, you know, sometimes that happens. Yeah, the cleanliness is always an interesting angle to try to take when you're given a brief insight into how these players are living. I will say, some of the Trick players have nice wall decor. Look at that. Look at that from Boy.
Yeah.
Tasteful, you know, not too busy, but tasteful.
Yeah, not too tacky.
Yeah. Moonwalk has a nice spot there in his room too. He's got that little wall art. I'm probably going to get something like that done for myself at some point too, because it's cool. You know, it's cool to have.
Salazar will have the op, but not looking good when it comes to utility for the Tricked side. Boy, again, under duress, under the test. This MP9, everything he's got to hold his zone on ramp, and he was really tested so far. Failed most of those. His teammates way too far away to lend a helping hand, and a lot of real estate acquired already by Walczaki as they send 2 players down secret. Ooh, though, Iceberg already managing to find a double. Reiko, though, again with Olymp managing to equalize the manpower, though that is short-lived as Nikki B brings it back into a +1. Baimi and Reiko looking to salvage this round for Walczaki. The next kill could be crucial, but the next kill goes Tricked's way. Nikki B, nice positioning. Baimi could not anticipate that, and it's only Reiko in a 1v3. He will be in a situation where he can plant the bomb, and as soon as he can get the bomb down, that could give him an opportunity in this clutch. It will take some time for the side of Trick to rotate. What is the plan for Reiko? Is he just looking to clear splitter, or
he's moving up.
Perhaps
he's going all
moving
the way
to the
up.
bomb site? This could be fun. The question is, will Trick expect it? Because they're still not budget prone to go. There are still 2 players on the upper site.
Yeah, they haven't sniffed him out just yet. 25 seconds on the clock. Reiko doesn't have a huge amount of time to play with, but that's longer than it seems. He clears up heaven. Is there any exposed angle? The peak is out there. Yep, that will sound the alarm. The Molotov is there, but the artillery strike clears him out. Nikki B doing God's work on the upper site. You think about every single time he had to deal with somebody, there were 2 separate heads-up duels that he straight up won. Although one of them, I suppose, was a little bit from the side. And, of course, his artillery strike for style points at the end there. The second round for Tricked. Easy to forget how dire the situation really was. Sammy has the T-side op. We have got a Tech 9, a Mac 10, and 2 AKs. This is a really odd buy. This is a bring your poor friend to work day from Walczaki.
They can handle that. They've shown this so far that even with broken buys, they can really pose a threat. And, well, when you have an op to boot, it makes it a whole lot easier as Sammy opens up this round.
Whoa.
Boy, dead. Now so much space acquired by Walczaki. Do Trick even want to commit to this one? They still have a player around the B bomb side. That might be an opportunity for Iceberg to strike yet again and maybe try to hold his own against a plethora of Walczaki players. But smokes all around. I was going to say there's nothing he can do, though. Reiko hits the deck. That might open a window of opportunity here for the side of Trick through the smoke. Not going to get the second one. That might be all she wrote in this one.
Well, Iceberg wanted to clean more than his room. He wanted to clean the lower site. Instead, he's going to have to slink on up the vents, and all he will be is fodder for worms. Buy me. Acquiring additional fertilizer. It's Nikki B left alive. Not the situation you want to be in. Down 2-7, Walczaki's T side rolling over Tricked currently, finding all manner of victories. Olymp hit with the entry kills onto Boy in particular has been a really difficult, tough ask for the Danish defenders. When ramp keeps getting blown open, there's only so much you can do, especially since Moonwalk has already demonstrated outside is under duress. You can't afford to pull guys out from that position to go support Boy in ramp. Somebody has got to shoot better. It's just that simple for Tricked right now.
Just a hair too late in most of those rotates as well. Could have been a different story had they found a frags from ramp. Wasn't the case. Aggression punished, and Walczaki already confirming that they will have a lead when 12 rounds have been played. The question is, can Tricked bite back? At least enough to have a commendable scoreline at the half.
Yeah, 2-10 is not commendable. Not something that they can work with, and Walczaki certainly want those double digits already. Opportunity and potential here for Tricked, although they do obviously have some consolations. Leaks with the XM, of course, is the one that stands out. Nuke has a couple areas where that can very well be used. And Iceberg's A1S is going to be put up to the task yet again. He's usually very excellent at least scoring one kill here. And look at that. He baits Moonwalk forward, and he's able to take Reiko out as well, stuffing Walczaki back towards the vents. Will they actually go upper? That's the question. Olymp He's from downtown, went all the way through ramp. Sammy clears Salazar in an op duel, head-to-head, back-to-back rounds. Oh, and he's got Nikki B's number as well, rotating down to the lower site. That seems like where they want to be. And boy, he's just shot through the window. This is looking very Walczaki favored all of a sudden. Now Leaks 1 versus 3, and he's found the offer. That changes up things. Where do they want to plant the bomb now? Leaks is smoked off in the vent. Are you kidding me? And of course, this is being held by Olymp, but the doors get slammed shut. Now blown back open, but he's got a jump hot potato on his feet. He's got to get out of here, and he will not be able to clear the top of the silo. Baimi, with the height advantage, takes Leaks out and gives Walczaki their 8th.
Oh, they're just steamrolling through Nuke, no problem. Walczaki know they have a match after this one in a different competition, so they want to get as much rest as possible, finish this one as soon as possible, and they're doing great so far. One thing to know, this wasn't the first time the Trick got that man advantage and sort of squandered it, right? You get 2 kills first in the round, and you sort of can't really control things as Walczaki still make it work. Trick, maybe they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board when it comes to Nuke. Moonwalk spray hits 2. And again, a man advantage for the side of Walczaki, and it is gonna get confirmed as their 9th round. They're hoping to hit double digits in the first half and be 3 rounds away for surviving another day in the Conquest of Prague.
Yeah, you did mention their schedule gets busy. This one, they're looked to be put to bed very quickly. Trick not really providing too many signs of life. I respect the idea of trying to go more aggro, but Walczaki have had so much pressure in that lobby area. You needed to take that with more utility. You needed to take that with more understanding of where they were. And this is going back to Inferno. Trick CT side wasn't very proactive, didn't do those more aggressive things. And on Inferno, you can activate that. It's a little bit more rote. It's a little bit more repetitive. On Nuke, there's so many more variables you got to account for. It would be like trying to constantly siege second middle from Inferno instead of just Banana. This is not a situation that Trick want to be in without having a lot of data on their opponents. And while Chalky, they just change up their positions too many times with Trick having no data at all, no attempts previously to that round. It was too easy for them.
So far, so good for Walczaki. So far, so great. As they want to hit ramp again, Boy is going to have to find a multi-kill with the auto shot. He finds the first, and he's just looking to tuck in, survive as long as possible. Ooh. There's the XM. Boy grabs a triple, and maybe still some signs of life from Tricked, as they are looking to at least stop Walczaki from getting to 10 in the first half. Olymp and Sammy will be looking to salvage this round, but I would say it's already done as 2 players are now guarding ramp. Olymp, as soon as he pokes his head, he might be gone.
Yeah, blown to smithereens either by a shotgun or a rifle. Salazar playing pretty far back, only thinking about doing a swing now off of contact. Olymp's definitely got the stutter stepping down without making any noise. But noise is here, and Boy is still up top looking for the ace. If Sammy gives him the opportunity, Salazar will end proceedings in the first half. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, it is just about time for our second half of Nuke. There are 4 rounds away from winning, while Chalky in a great lead.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tricked, grasping for straws, gasping for air, not looking good after they lost their pick on the opposing team's map. they are struggling by a high margin. They managed to get to 3 rounds by 12 rounds played, but now their T side needs to be perfect, Chrono.
It needs to be perfect. It needs to be sublime. Right about now, we need to see much even better than Walczaki. Let's face it, Walczaki themselves firing on all cylinders, shooting much better than their Danish opponents. Feels like Tricked are all but out of this, and they haven't won a single pistol round this series. That, first and foremost, needs to change.
Let's see where it takes us. Can Trick open things up and start closing this gap? Walczaki, of course, with a big lead, but that lead could shrink, and we saw that so many times before in this competition. Pair of dualies in the hands of Baimi, some utility available, and Sammy has a Zeus as well. Olymp needs to pull back, left on 3 HP, so Tricked acquiring a lot of ground, and Iceberg making it work. He's the only saving grace so far for the Tricked side in this map. Bomb will get planted, and Tricked looking to take their first pistol of this series. Reiko gets a double. Maybe that's an opportunity for himself and Olymp, but Reiko goes down, and Olymp with 3 points of health. Nothing he can do. The Tricked side, they know this is a fake. They're not going to be facing the bomb. Iceberg just confirms it from window. And Olymp just waiting to take a frag or two. Maybe an opportunity to beef up his coffers. No time available. He's going to have to pull back, or was that just a fake? Salazar, though, not budging, not a chance. He knows there's no kit on the opposing player. And even if Olymp should find this kill, this will be a Tricked round through and through.
Oh, well, Olymp does find the frags. That is money in the coffers, his and the team's. And Tricked end up losing all of their players, but still scoring a pistol. That was compulsory. If they didn't win that, we basically wrap this one up here. There's really no easy way back into it if you can't get a little bit more economy, can't get the bomb plant and then the round win and start righting the wrongs of the first half right here and now, early days in the second half. So the purchase comes out. There is going to be a bit of an execute here thrown by Salazar for outside smokes. And we are going to see a pretty standard default in the upper lobby. I do want to keep track of who ends up playing outside. Looks like Iceberg is going to be sticking to it. Sometimes Nicky B finds himself over there. And he already opens things up. Baimi hits the deck early. Olymp is going to be playing the boy role of ramp. Well, he takes a quick peek and he immediately starts to fall away, surviving for a little bit longer. Reiko up the ladder, Sammy with the scout. This was a CT4 spy. Of course, that's exactly what you would want to do. And Olymp tries to get tricky, coming back around. Doesn't end up scoring anything other than a bit of damage. Maybe softening them up for the scout later, but unlikely to result in anything good. Tricked with a +2, and they're getting ready to get that bomb down.
Yeah, Moonwalk still being nosy, but he knows that this round is basically over, though an easy kill found. Gets traded back right away. Shouldn't be an issue for Tricked with 50 seconds on the clock. Sammy and Reiko will be saving their guns. Would have been good if Moonwalk did the same, and we, in this round, saw something that you don't really see every day. A glass cannon MP9 on Olymp.
Yeah, that's a curious purchase. I guess he didn't want a 5.7 with armor.
Yeah, I'm very confused to see what it is. A glass cannon pea shooter?
Right.
Or rather a pea shooter? Glass pea shooter? Yeah, sorry. It takes me some time to think of names for things.
Yeah, well, you can call this one potential salvation for Tricked if they can keep this going. There's definitely a little bit of concern about how aggressive Walczaki are going to be on the CT side of Nuke. And they can bring the pain, but it's not about the ridiculous lobby crunches or the hyper-aggressive outside plays. On the Walczaki CT side, they are just very good at identifying tendencies and adjusting their defense accordingly. And T side is the harder side in this map. It's one where you need to be more tactically sound than your opponents, but also very well gelled, very well meshed, having played with this lineup for a long time so that you properly groove into some kind of flow state. And that's going to be made a little bit more difficult by this technical pause. We'll see if Tricked can keep the irons hot. Meanwhile, Walczaki, of course, thinking over what they're going to be doing, considering their options. They've got obviously a bit of a forced buy there. They save 2 guns. The best you're going to see is probably pistols around it. Looking mostly to surprise and overwhelm isolated Ts that are moving through some of these choke points on Nuke, but very unlikely to lead to a round win. They're just going to be building towards a better economy here as we get back into things shortly. This is, of course, our first best of 3 of the day. You guys missed it. We are in the play-in stage. That means that if whoever wins this series, looking like it'll be Walczaki at the moment, we'll have to play one more series tomorrow, and the winner of that will be qualified to the LAN event at the end of May. Looking forward to getting back to the Vodafone Arena in Prague. It's going to be a great time seeing the Counter-Strike go from online in bedrooms to on LAN in an arena. And you get a nice, energetic, and talkative crowd, it can be said. Plus, Zuba, you did mention earlier, beers and food.
Yeah, that's always a good reason to come to a Counter-Strike event when you got beers and food and good Counter-Strike. And that should be provided, as already 2 teams have booked their ticket to the LAN finals. It is Alliance and Sashi. We're just waiting in these 2 days to figure out which 2 teams will be joining them. One thing you gotta say, you gotta hand it to the Polish teams in this competition. There were 3. One has been eliminated. It was TNC, but not without a fight brought. And of course, Walczaki and Kolesi is still in the competition. What could be a Polish derby if Walczaki win this best of 3, as Kolesi will be their next opponent. So I'm very curious to see that, should it come to fruition. So the Polish fans will be quite happy to watch that match, as they know that one of their teams will be actually going to Prague.
I'm pretty surprised by the fact that Walczaki have cooled off, you could say, at the beginning of their CT side. I'm still remembering some of their outrageous pulls against Clutchain yesterday. They had a number of times where they had the number of the opposing attack. So this is something to keep in mind. Can Tricked continue to be true to their namesake? Can they be unpredictable? Can they be a little bit tricksy about how they're approaching the map? And can they get the op far away from Sami's hands? Because on the CT side, that dude's a menace. We saw some serious flicks on Anubis and Nuke yesterday. It wasn't as necessary on Inferno, but he still was able to post up a couple of nice frags, and already on the T side of Nuke. So we're getting back into things with that pesky tech pause resolved. Again, the buy is broken currently for Walczaki. They've got a couple pistols, a Zeus, and of course a Scout and an A1S. And it will be an upper stack with only Olymp with that 5.7. No armor, just burrowing over there to patrol, doing the rounds like an underpaid janitor, hanging out at the ladder currently to see if he needs to be called up to the upper site. Clearly stacking more towards the idea of overwhelming an upper hit. Doesn't look like Tricked are going to be considering that much right now as they clear ramp.
Yeah, it's free real estate for Tricked. They can take control of ramp and slowly slink their way to the B bomb site, just hoping that they won't be caught in some sort of B site stack, which is not that common. As far as I've seen, at least, it's mostly if you're going to stack a site, it will be A, and you hope that the T's are going to come to you this way. Of course, Walczaki will be heading out of this round empty-handed, it seems, apart from a possible gun to be salvaged. Unless Olymp can find a frag here, that might actually discombobulate this offense, at least get a man advantage for the side of Trick, or rather for the side of Walczaki. But Olymp does need to hit a shot with this 5.7 close range. Now wants to peek, and Iceberg will dispense of him. It should be number 6 for Tricked, and their situation not looking as dire as it did, as they struggled to post rounds in the first half, but since the sides have switched, it's Trick that's sort of in the driver's seat.
I would say so. Right about now, it feels like Tricked are calling the shots, and they've proven this by winning now 3 rounds on the trot on this side, 4 if you count the last round of the first half. Salazar just poking around, seeing what he can find. If he actually tries to make it up through the staircase instead of going down like everybody else, could be given a free AK over, so he wisely retreats a different path. And yeah, we're out of here. Walczaki looking at a 9-6 score line after this one. And to your point about who's calling the shots, who's in the driver's seat, Tricked are clearly setting the pace and setting the stage. we'll have to see what we're going to be doing on the Polish side now, because I think Sammy will have the AWP. He certainly has the money for it. I don't think he's going to be too, cautious about throwing away the scout. It's not like you can resell it. There it is. The sniper is equipped, the superior sniper. So this is the start of a different look. Everybody's got Kevlar. Moonwalk's, got an MP9, but everybody's got utility. There's a kit on Moonwalk as well. Sammy maybe a little bit low on util, but he's got the op, and he will be posted up outside. Ramp, a play for Walczaki here, fomenting. Nobody else there. It's just Olymp. He's pretty good at these solo plays for at least fishing for information. And look at that. Not only does he clear Salazar through the smoke, but Sammy activating with the op. Rick should have been aware that that's a possibility. That feels like a lazy push from Iceberg. Punished almost immediately.
And look at this.
Olymp still hunting.
Olymp already wants to acquire even more space. Usually, textbook Counter-Strike says if you have a two-man advantage, there's no really reason to force the issue, but Olymp does nonetheless, and that's going to cost his team one frag. Still, Reiko now on the backstab, and Trick won't be anticipating this as Reiko gets the easiest double of his life. It's only Boy remaining in a 1 versus 4 with the bomb on the other side of the map. The best he can do with the present situation is to save his gun, because or maybe look for a pick. That might be the better option given that his team does have money, but it will be Walczaki hitting double digits in this one.
Yeah, a little bit of a comedy of errors there for Tricked, where they lose 2 men immediately on opposite sides of the map, and then even though they clear Olymp afterwards, they don't keep going towards ramp. They actually try to disengage just for Reiko to additionally be doing a ludicrous flank. Boy has eyes on one player, but overlooked the second vent. By me will punish him for that. And Walczaki are going to be able to keep 3 members alive. So their economy, while it's not going to be burgeoning into a huge volume, it will still be sufficient to buy up some more action soon. We will have a full buy into the next. Actually, a better buy than the previous round where there was technically an MP9 on Moonwalk. So there is that as well. And here's the first frag from Sammy. That's an important one to have at the same time as Olymp is pushing elsewhere. And that frees up Reiko to do that kind of thing. He just walks all the way around Marshmallow on the outside and goes right into the lobby to meet them.
Yeah. Especially if you do your homework, you know that Iceberg is the guy that might be isolated outside, so you take care of him and you know that you have space to work with, which was the case for Walczaki in this one. A lot of stuff going on in the smoke. Boy in the smoke, but behind me an opportunity, finds one, doesn't land. That spray transfer could have been very nice, though Reiko still acquires a man advantage for the side of Walczaki. And Tricked again, a bit stupefied in this one as they're hoping to find an opening, and Reiko might actually provide it if he pokes his head outside. Iceberg takes him down. It's 3 versus 3.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, Walczaki love their contact. Obviously, they've cleared double digits already, so we don't need to talk about how well it's been working. Nicky B still has an opportunity here. Nobody's checking Moonwalk's position 2 rounds in a row. Now he's able to swing out from second vent and clear Nicky B off the picture. A 2 versus 2. Sammy has found his way outside. A little vantage point in heaven. Doesn't look like that's where Tricked are going to piece their puzzle together. And he's a little bit too scared of any T presence in his neck of the woods. Constantly checking behind him. A little paranoia siren in his background. Now he's thinking about going back down. Oh, okay. He wanted to show us the movement tech.
Yeah, well, that's not going to do much as the bomb has now been planted. Not the best timing for Sammy to reposition, as now he's acquired some time for Trick to work with. The player in vent unable to get out of it. Olymp on 46 points of health. Absolutely cannot get out, so Sammy needs to make the next move. Olymp needs to just be the distraction. Smoke down. Olymp is going to die, same as Sammy. It is 7 for Tricked as they keep their hopes alive.
A very serious expression on Iceberg's face there. He was definitely feeling the tension. Resmoke towards Mini made a lot of sense. Sammy just gambled wrong on that pullback. He probably should have been staying in heaven, but wanted to link up with his teammate more directly. And Olymp was scouted out by the fact that the Tricked post plant sent both of their players off to those vents and towards the squeaky door. So no easy way out of that situation for the surviving Walczaki members, but they do have another buy, including another op, ready and raring to go.
Let's see where it takes them. Reiko down to start the round. It's Iceberg on 18, but now he's the one that makes some space for his team, as he can still stretch his legs outside. The rest of the team just looking for a play to be made. Maybe a retort from the side of Walczaki, looking to put some aggression. Won't be the case this time around, as Walczaki are staying their hand for as long as possible. You can even see that on their positioning. Baimi's so deep towards B. He knows that there's a threat for that site as well. Trick, though, just staying put. And they have time to do that. Just maybe go into the heads of your opponents, make them expend some of the utility, and you can see the utility bells of Walczaki. Only one nade left. No kit. That's something to keep in mind as well.
You mentioned earlier Iceberg on 18, not just points of health, frags, 18 frags as well. He's been playing very well for his team. Everybody else a lot more quiet. On the side of Walczaki, it's been the Reiko show. Baimi as well. And Sammy finally coming into his own with a pick towards Nikki B. That took a lot of effort. Iceberg's been cleared by Olymp, so a lot of the heavy hitters are taken out already for Trick. There's a sudden peek from Moonwalk. He's going to upgrade to the AK, and Sammy might be aware of Boy's position. No, doesn't expose himself to it just yet. Is he going to peek in expectantly? Yes, he is. And at the very least, he has the information passed on to move over to Moonwalk. That recovered AK-47 is going to put Salazar into a 1-on-4. The first found the Glock. He turns away for the last second and flicks back over to Mini, clearing Sammy from the deck. Now he's got a 1-on-1. Now he has the bomb planted, and Baimi, what more can you do? Already zeroed in on Mini, expecting the flank. Instead, he waits out the flames. Baimi has the opportunity. He has the swings. He's thinking about making the noise. The drop heard. He's on the site. No kit called out earlier. Now, will Tricked know? Will they have the sense? Salazar's got the Glock out. He doesn't trust the AWP in this situation, but he's buying enough time. He's forcing the hand, and Baimi can only take the frag and get out of here. There's no time for an 11th round. Tricked have taken 8.
How has Salazar done this? He's been quiet all map long, barely any impact coming from him, but when it was most important, it's him getting the clutch. Let's not forget, last time we saw Tricked in the Conquest of Prague, he was the one that made all the difference as well when they played against Sinners. Finding that miraculous clutch on Mirage was the same situation here. How did Sammy not dispense of him? And Salazar keeping his team alive, now only an arm's length between them and Walczaki.
Excellent time to have a tactical pause, by the way, called by Tricked. Not only are they thinking of letting their opponents stew in that, they need to let the adrenaline wear off so they can play standard CS again. Stuff like that happens and everybody's shouting nice at their monitors. And then Momberg comes back and asks if the room's clean yet. Need to take the tension down a little bit. Remember where you are, remember what you're fighting for. This is the round 1 of the play-in. Whoever wins this best of 3 moves on in the tournament for a chance to qualify to LAN. One final test is all that will remain for one of these two teams out of here. And a much tighter game on Nuke than certainly on Inferno, not just eye test, but now scoreline confirmed. It was 13-7 for Walczaki on their opponent's map pick, now 10-8. And what's coming next? Leak's already down here in the vent. This is going to be a storm to the lower site, and Olymp shot through smoke as he tries to rotate over to Secret. Sammy, first point of contact. He whiffs the shot. Reiko has found Boy at the very least, but he's outside. Salazar, another opportunity for him to come into his own. A jumping headshot from Leaks is one thing, but this outside duel could mean everything. The bomb's already down. The players are going to evacuate. How many guns can they save? How sturdy can Walczaki actually be? There's Salazar, a free up AK, trade up, easy as you like. You can see everybody else doing little B-hops as they try to get back into CT spawn. Tricked will be on 9, a 1-round game after this. Keep in mind, Walczaki have 4 rifles saved. They are going to be strong here. And Iceberg unlikely to get anything done. The molly goes wide. The op shot maybe a little bit wider. He doesn't even bother trying to face him.
And the thing is, you can see that the stress is coming to the Walczaki side, because a few rounds ago, I have absolutely no doubt that they would have committed to this retake. It was a 4-on-4. definitely a chance for them to rotate back to B and try their hand at the retake. This way, simply no shot at it, even though, yeah, they found the frags, but they're still seeing their lead dissipate, which is the case. Only one round separating these two teams, and Tricked have pulled off a miraculous comeback on the T side of Nuke. Another thing to keep in mind as well, Olymp gonna get tested on ramp. Let's see if he can hold his own. Iceberg, of course, doing Iceberg things. Olymp, not gonna find anything as he slid towards two players. That'll be the death of him. Boy gets a double, and another round where this Walczaki side is getting into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the only saving grace is Reiko's 19th frag, clearing Iceberg. Those two on a head-to-head race for who's going to top frag the map. Might not matter here. Reiko blows open the smoke. Caps leaks away. That's going to be something. And he's going to go with this flashbang. Instantly dodge, but does it matter? He's taking the map into his own hands. He tries to tap away at the boy, but not gonna work out. Now surely Sammy feels the call. My guy's got 4 frags in the round. I need to do something about this. I need to make this 1v1 happen. 45 seconds, plenty of time. The bomb will be planted lower. The op will descend towards Splitter, and this will be to decide if Tricked are good enough to get to 10 rounds, or if Reiko, and to a lesser extent Sammy, are single-handedly willing Walczaki to 11.
Yeah,
there's a kid.
Sammy has a kid. He has a full utility belt. He might not even need the last frag to win this round for his team. Will he expect Boy on the other side? The answer seems to be negative, but there's a smoke on the bomb. Boy, no trouble. Through the smoke, he ends the round, and all the heroics from Reiko will not reward it. After 20 rounds played, it's all tied up, and this, what seemed to be an unstoppable lead from Walczaki, has completely been squashed.
Man, I'm getting flashbacks. There was so many rounds where if it wasn't Reiko, it was somebody else just fragging out of their mind in one particular highlight round. And Salazar can do a 1v4, but a 2v5 where Reiko finds the first 4 frags just isn't quite enough. Boy must have been shaking that whole time, and he finally put down the beast. Went for his own 4-piece in that. And that was what the difference was made. 10-10. You called it, all tied up. This map of Nuke has more to offer.
Absolutely. Maybe this best of 3 has more to offer. Salazar takes care of Reiko. Again, the opening kill goes to the Danes as they can make space around the map as far as they like. Apart from the sites, which are still guarded, but we'll see for how long. Same with the AWP. They got 2 M4s and an AUG in the hands of Olymp, but they've already expended of all of their utility, basically. 2 nades left. Something you need to take care of. Let's see what's going to happen in lobby, as Walczaki know they need to make a push, and they're doing just that. Olymp is head destroyed. Still 2 players in the smoke. They're waiting for the fate to happen. Let's see if Trick will anticipate this. Now they can move forward, moonwalk with an opportunity. A lineup of his lifetime. It's a 3K, and now it's a 2v2. Still a possible round for Walczaki, especially with Nicky B on such low HP. Moving to the bottom site. He'll have time to plant the bomb, so still, of course, you can't count Trick out of this one.
No, you cannot. Sammy and Bimey, they have done some serious highlights for Walczaki, but both of them quieter than usual, particularly the Opper. Sammy just hasn't found his game, it feels like, at least not on the CT side. Played a bit better in the first half. Nicky B, not going to be the point of contact. It looks like Iceberg was ready to swing there, and he does do a little bit of a peek. Did he spot Bimey? Well, he cleared his head off, so that puts us in an op 1v2. Is he once again just going to try to fire off the shot and duck and hope? The smoke break is there, and Nicky B clears the deck. 11 for Trick. They have the advantage. They have the economics. They have everything they need to power to a 3rd map.
It looks like it. It looks likely. Tricked offense looks unstoppable. And we had a lot of reason to criticize them, in the first half. But now in the second, they're making amends. And this comeback is for real as they're taking the lead. Moonwalk, that seemed very good. But even in these high-stress rounds, Tricked are the ones keeping their cool, even when they get fragged on very impressively by Walczaki.
Very impressive affairs from the Danes, figuring out a way to victory from the T side of Nuke. It's not where you usually do your best work on the map. And Walczaki as well. I mean, this is a legit win. Walczaki are an actual good team on Nuke. They have what's necessary, not just on the T side as they demonstrated here, but as they demonstrated yesterday, their CT side can be so explosive, can be so hard to pin down. Reiko opens up on Iceberg outside. This man has just been playing lights out, his 23rd frag as he reloads. Boy's hunting for anybody else. He's the infiltrator here, and Sammy is able to clear a multiple riflers there. Reiko will finally fish out Boy, and this should be an easy as you like clutch attempt from Salazar. 1v4 again. I'm going to say no this time. I'm going to say he has insufficient information. And he had his op out instead of his Glock, so you knew it wasn't going to happen. So a tie game from Walczaki, and they've got a good amount of economic cushion off the back of that round. Maybe they're not done yet. It's a good time for a tactical timeout here. So we're going to take a moment to breathe as Tricked have one tack left. I have no doubts they'll use it in the next round if they need to. This is Sammy having a lineup. Missed that kill, or those kills plural earlier. And then of course Olymp, it was just all too easy for him to swing out at the right time as soon as he heard the smoke be thrown. A lot of talking from Iceberg. He's probably just telling them, hey Green, what is your problem, man? I've got so many kills. Stop fragging. No, I'm sure it's more constructive than that. I mean, Reiko is probably feeling the same way, to be fair. 24 frags to his name in 22 rounds of completed play. Pretty superlative from him. Very active on the CT side. You could see him single-handedly finishing this one off in favor of the Poles, and then we'd be done in 2 instead of the Ancient that looms if Trick to keep getting up to winning ways. Leaks out upper sight, wraps around, and clears by me. It's Reiko again. And of course, Moonwalk, ever dependable as an anchor who clears out the follow-up. This is a 3 versus 4. Bomb is loose in the lower sight and will be planted. Salazar on the lurk. Moonwalk's not going to check this in the right time. It feels like it's just perfectly timed, and that's the backstab that they needed. But Nicky B's fallen to Olymp elsewhere. Yeah. This is a legit play here. Oh, Reiko just can't be stopped. Lightning fast headshot from the Polish talent, and the bomb will be defused, and Salazar, all he can do is grab an AK-47 and hope that he can help his team power to overtime. Series point, 1 chance, or we go extra rounds here, and Walczaki are staved off.
A sigh of relief from the side of Walczaki, as it looks finally like they might put this to bed. But it was so close, it was so stressful. These 2 rounds down to the wire, and Nicky B dying a bit faster than he should have. Would have been completely different had he survived for a bit longer enough for his teammates to maybe do something off of their lurks. And look at the buy on Trick. This might be the end for the Danes, as they were very heroic in this one, unable to get it over the line, unable to even get it to overtime. It's Iceberg alone in a 1v4. Walczaki, they played with their food a little bit, but in the end, they will be the ones advancing through, unless the man with the mouth can actually continue fragging, as he has been lights out so far. But, well, a 1v4 with the bomb dropped seems unlikely with so many CTs alive.
He'll take an elevated route towards his, what feels like inevitable demise, thinking about shooting from the skyline. At least give him a bird's eye advantage. The shadow isn't going to sell him out. It's just going to be his own feet. Olymp finishes us off. The proceedings have closed. Ladies and gentlemen, Walczaki are your series winner. They move on to the second round, and they will face off against one of our 3-1 teams. I believe Eyeballers is going to be their opponent. That is an exciting prospect. Winner goes to LAN. We'll see that play out tomorrow.
I think I might correct you. I think it's Kalesi against Walczaki in the next round tomorrow, so it will be a Polish derby for LAN. All in all, a very interesting match will be ahead of us, though a very interesting match is ahead of us. Today, we have one more best of three. It will be Young Ninjas versus Unity, though we do need to talk about this best of three in particular, because for a long time there, it really looked like Walczaki is going to take it confidently. You take the second half of Inferno perfectly. The first half of Nuke looks absolutely fabulous. The second half, you scrape by the skin of your teeth, and they need to look at this map and see what went wrong, because against another side, maybe a team that prefers playing Nuke a bit more, this would have been a defeat through and through, even though at the end, of course, against Trick, they made it work, and they actually got the victory.
Yeah, listen, when you're a team like Walczaki and you're playing 2-3 best of threes a day, not a lot of time to go back and look at the replays, look at the demos, and figure out what you're missing. But this is a match they should study, because that should have been a much more dominant victory. If they can tighten up what went wrong on the CT side, if they can figure out why Reiko wasn't getting activated, it wasn't just him only deciding, now I shoot better. It was a little bit of flashes to set him up. They figured out exactly how to counter the moves that were going on between, of course, Trick's offense and their defense, and how they were interlocking. They need to be able to do that faster, so that they're not relying on Reiko pulling rabbit out of a hat again and again. That being said, they get it over the line. They don't put us on Ancient this time. We will be done in 2 for our first series. And as you can see by the ticker up top, we do even have a start time for our next match. That is going to be a good one, because that's going to be the last play-in from round 1. We're only going on to the LAN qualification matches starting tomorrow. And I think Walczaki, while they don't have a lot of time to prep, if they play Nuke again, this is going to be on their mind.
Yeah, it might be a different story if they play Nuke against a different team. But of course, we're gonna figure out what that looks like already tomorrow, possibly when they play their next best of 3. Everybody, we're gonna go on a short break, and we'll be back with Young Ninjas against Unity.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. Keep the flame on max. Keep the flame, keep the flame, keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. 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 Keep the flame on.
Neofrag from Team Unity, thank you so much for coming to an interview. You beat Mouse NXT in your last encounter. So how was the match like, and what do you think about your victory?
Hello. I would say about the victory, I wasn't surprised because they were playing with the coach, so it was easier because the main star from the Mouse NXT was missing, and I think it was needed victory for us, even though they made it hard for us, So yeah.
But still, for you, these are kind of a turbulent times because you're also changing players. You're also time to time playing with stand-ins. So are you settled now, maybe, in the roster, and are you in a good form, good shape?
We are still trying, or we still don't know what who we're gonna play with. And we are just trying right now. I wouldn't say even though we are in good shape. I hope we're gonna manage to be in good shape in the future, but yeah, we still don't know who's gonna be in the team.
Today in this crucial match, you are playing against Young Ninjas, so against another academy. Do you think this may be a bit of advantage for you at least, because these academy teams, they are also changing a lot and some players are going to better teams from them?
I mean, they will shoot hard, so I would say that it's gonna be a really hard match, but we have some experience on our side, so I think we should manage to win this match.
And you are still to BO3 of qualifying to Prague. So how important for you personally these 2 days are?
I would say really important for us. Everyone wants to go on LAN. Everyone wants to qualify, so we will try our best to qualify for the LAN.
Great to hear that. Thank you so much and good luck with qualifying.
Thank you.
Everybody, welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. All right, my co-caster seems to be missing, but it's no trouble. I'll go through everything before this match begins. Of course, we spoke about it. It's Young Ninjas against Unity. It's going to be a very interesting affair to set. Of course, we can get some graphics on the board before ProNogo arrives to see actually what is up. Of course, this is our second best of 3 of today. Young Ninjas, of course, facing Unity, and we're going to figure out what these two teams can do. Both of them have actually fielded stand-ins in this competition. Of course, Young Ninjas, during the competition, they got Vister back, so he will be fighting for his team. And we'll figure out, of course, what Unity can do. Unity being sort of the hometown heroes and hoping for the best. Young Ninjas on the other side, they had some very good performances, some not so good performances during the Conquest of Prague. Of course, there is a lot of things on the line. There's a lot of stuff they still need to do in order to actually put themselves in a good position to go through to LAN. Of course, both of these two teams need to win today and need to win tomorrow in order to make it through to the next stage, or rather to the LAN stage. We can take a look at, of course, this schedule for the play-in stage. It's Walczaki that got a victory in our first best of 3 against Shriek. That at the end of the day, it was a lot closer than ProNogo and I anticipated. Young Ninjas against Unity is up next. Tomorrow, of course, we got Kalesi against Walczaki to begin things, and Eyeballers against the winner of this match. Don't forget, tomorrow's matches will decide which teams will be going to LAN, which is very important. Of course, 2 teams have already booked their ticket already by going 3-0 in the Swiss stage. And that is Sashi, and of course, Alliance being the favorite teams, or definitely Alliance being the favorite team to make it through to LAN. They did it in a very dominant fashion going through the Swiss stage. Now we're going to find out, of course, which team will survive another day in the Conquest of Prague. ProNogo, you're back and welcome back. It was a funny sight to see not you on camera, but only your wall.
My wall is standing in for me sometimes, just the same as many of these teams have had to requisition stand-ins. Sometimes the casting team needs a stand-in too. Yeah, I don't quite hit you guys with the chair react because I have a standing table, so I didn't go that length to you where you could admire my chair. I will say, despite being late to the party, this is a match that I have been looking forward to. Mostly because Unity are a team that obviously they changed their roster so much, but overall their strength should be so much higher of a level than something like what Young Ninjas can provide, that this should be a 2-0 match in their favor. They should be heavy favorites, but guess what? I'm never going to bet that for Unity. They're always a team that likes a 3-mapper. They always like an overtime. They did so at the beginning of this very tournament in the Swiss stage when they took down Eyeballers. So, by the way, that does mean that would be a pretty cool matchup to see a little rematch of if they manage to make it over Young Ninjas, which I still do predict, even if they end up needing a third map for these affairs. The Young Ninjas lineup, you see it right here. Joski, Rud, Note, Teen, and Vister. Who's Vister? Tell me about Vister.
He seems to be a solid player, of course. We're going to figure out where everything goes for the Young Ninjas, as of course, as most academies are in a situation, you got to shuffle the team sometimes. It is the case. They missed him to stand in for the first couple of matches. Of course, Vister is going to be their new addition, at least from the Conquest of Prague and maybe even onwards. Of course, talking about roster changes, Unity is, of course, course, fielding a 5-man lineup, but they had a different lineup during this competition. So hopefully they've set this lineup in stone. They set this roster in stone, and it will take them a lot of work to actually make it to LAN, where they will be the hometown team. It is a Slovak organization, but that Czech-Slovak region is sort of intertwined a lot, and usually their domestic competitions are for both countries, for everybody wondering. Ancient will be the first map of play. Of course, unsurprisingly, Young Ninjas picking to start on the CT side. Dust 2 will be coming in next. Of course, Young Ninjas picking that map, and our decider, should we need it, will be Mirage. So a lot of aim-heavy maps in this best of 3.
Aim-heavy maps indeed. Look at this. Ancient, Dust 2, and Mirage. We're looking at a pretty dusty finisher when we start off on the grass that we missed in the previous series, thanks to it being a 2-0. So that's pretty interesting already as a sort of value proposition. Unity are a roster that don't mind an Ancient whatsoever. So for Young Ninjas to opt into that, that tells me that they've got their own little game plan. I'm looking forward to the T-sides from both teams, mostly just because I always like to see where teams are at. I feel like Ancient T-side, more than some of the other more aim-heavy maps, actually does test your cohesion on the T-side. It is a map that maybe is, by a few percentage rounds, a little bit more CT-sided, but also just one of those maps where you do need to be able to not just control for mid all the time, but see how you can respond to B crunches. The CT playbook is a little bit more aggressive just by default on a map like that. I think what we're going to end up seeing out of a map like Ancient is going to be a little bit more T heavy in this particular head-to-head. And look at this, Young Ninjas actually coming in as the favorite based on the odds. That's a little interesting.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out if they can actually make it work and show that these odds are, for the matter of fact, correct. Unity, of course, struggling with their VRS points, which I would assume is a contributing factor to them being the underdogs heading into this one, given the fact that they've changed a lot of things in their roster, which also is followed by a bit of a struggle-some time getting the victories. So they're looking to turn this ship around as soon as possible, and this is a good place to start. I mean, on one side, you got the Young Ninjas that are very aim heavy, very strong in that capacity, but are inexperienced compared to some of the Unity players. Like you got Neofrag, you got Mikey that has, been there and done that. Neofrag definitely had a few stints in even bigger organizations and a chance to show his prowess there. So you have to hand it to Unity, the fact that they do have a bit more experience on the side. And this is sort of a high stress situation, right? If you go through, you have a chance to go to LAN, or rather, if you win, you have a chance to go to LAN tomorrow. But also, if you lose, you're out of the competition, and all the effort you put in throughout this tournament is just forgotten. It's dropped in the water.
Yeah, you need to be much more dialed in for these final few series, especially considering Unity are the only hometown heroes left. We talked a lot yesterday about their path through being the only guys that would be able to represent their region, their country in Prague. And that's because Sinners had already bowed out earlier in the competition at the start of the 2-2 bracket, where the Swiss stage just had not been kind to them. Unity are going to need to dial it in. Young Ninjas, as you mentioned, obviously young, but also aim heavy. They definitely are sharp players. They have it in spades in that respect. Joski's actually a pretty solid anchor in the right circumstances as well. He can end up hitting those multi-kills when he's dialed in. But one of the things that you got to keep watching out for are those tactics. And I think even though Unity keep changing up their style, a lot of their players have a lot of experience with each other, both playing against each other in regional teams and, of course, with each other in teams gone by. So I don't foresee Ancient being a problem for them in that department. I'm looking at this thinking, okay, Ancient actually should be a map where Young Ninjas struggle to get on the board on the T side in particular. And maybe they can do their best work when it comes to the CT side.
One thing to note, no pun intended, as no is on the side of Young Ninjas, is the fact that both teams have picked their most picked maps. They're looking to use sort of their favored maps to get the advantage. One thing you have to say, Unity, even though they play Ancient a lot, they don't win it more than they lose it. So it's a very big question if they have changed something in their gameplay, if they actually made a bit of a difference on this map. We actually saw them during this competition a couple of times on Ancient, and both times they they lost. Once again, Mouse NST, once against Kalesi. And I can hear the music, Pronogo, which means that our second best of 3 of today will shortly be underway. It is ancient to start things out. One of these teams bows out, and one goes through to face Eyeballers in the next for a place on LAN. We'll be heading into the pistol round very, very shortly. It's Young Ninjas, it's Unity to end the first day of play-ins.
It's gonna be pretty damn cool to watch one of these two squads make it one step closer to LAN. Unity, of course, all the storylines on their front. Young Ninjas, well, they're going to be a little bit more about the upstart narrative, especially with Vstert being their most recent graduate towards the Young Ninjas prospects. And look at that, Rude immediately fires a shot off. He's going to be traded eventually, but Neofrag getting the deck super early, and Joski's going to have to show us some pistol prowess. He holds Quartz back, and now he's getting the run on. Oh, he can't quite shoot too high down, and Mikey will sail him on through. There's not a whole lot of utility actually deployed just yet. With Tane finding Mikey, this is starting to get a lot more crazy. Vster showing up in a big way and combining with Note for that last kill. That'll be Young Ninjas on the pistol.
Yeah, it's a good start for the side of Young Ninjas as they get their first on the board. Very good hold, actually, from Joski. Not only by the fact that he found a frag, yeah, he found a single kill. You can really attribute much to that. The fact that he stayed alive for such a long time allowed his teammates to rotate very quickly. Nice opener from Quartz. Mikey opening things up on the side as well. They just couldn't keep hold of the site. Simply not enough space acquired beforehand. They planted the bomb, but they didn't really know what to do with the bomb plant. Though, the fact that they put the bomb down means that they're going to have a very solid buy heading into this one. 2 pistols, but 3 Galils. So 3 rifles on the side of Unity means that they can still pose a threat in this one.
Yeah, and I like that they're immediately changing it up from a heavy B push. Instead, a little bit more towards mid, a little bit more towards A, especially. Not a whole lot of defense in this position. It's just Rude. Well, Joski's been given a freebie. Is he going to throw the knife? No, he's just going to wait for Neofrag to walk away. Very lazy clear from the veteran. Not a mistake you would expect, but it also telegraphs the play is definitely going A. So he hightails it over towards Donut, and Rude, well, he spotted one boost. He clears the bomb planter, and that is going to be a nice bit of damage to Woozy. Joski finishes it off and goes one more against Mikey. The flashbang helping out quite a bit. Everything falling to pieces here for Unity. They are definitely not looking like the well-oiled machine that we were expecting coming into this.
Yeah, so far so good for Young Ninjas as they're concerned. They got the follow-up round after winning the pistol, and the third one should be very simple for them. Not more than Glocks should be against them, so we should expect an easy cleanup. Joski starting off quite well. 2 very important rounds coming in from him. 3 kills that in the end played a big part in Young Ninjas opening this map quite well. It isn't going to be Glocks, it's going to be, well, 3 Ds. We'll see if Unity can actually put them to use, at least to deal some damage. Neofrag out of the round, but Woozy opening up the B-bomb site. This is an opportunity. Vster under duress. He needs the multi-kill here, finds the first, not the second. Nice shots coming out from Unity as they're still showing some teeth, even though they started this one with pistols. Now even Too High getting his hands on a rifle, though it's going to take him a long time to plant that bomb. Mikey just grabs it now. Can he even cross? That's the question. He tosses it to ramp. It has been spotted. Should be easy pickings from Rude, unless he falls, which won't be the case just yet. Quartz dead, so is Mikey. It's only Too High left.
All right, nice and easy cleanup there. No bomb plant is actually kind of big in this situation. Would have graduated Unity into a slightly better buy. Definitely surprising themselves with the success they found on the site. You think about how they just left the bomb there and charged up the ramp. And not exactly the play that you're expecting to give you the bomb site. They weren't available to capitalize upon it. 3 rounds on the trot for Young Ninjas. AWP out for Rude. And we're going to be moving on to a full rifle round here from Unity. A lot of success in that last round, a lot of damage dealt, so don't expect a ton of cash in reserve after this next round unless Young Ninjas are able to continue keeping the majority of their players alive. That being said, still looking pretty right now, and a big rotate away from the B site. Is this going to be a pattern?
Two players were enough to sell the fake. Vistra dead on the other side of the map, and now trouble looming for the side of Unity as they're going to have to make these quick rotates. Woozy still looking to make some damage. He'll be successful at that, but an oak double brings it back into a 3v3, though that will be short-lived as Neofrag takes care of Rude. Too high, opening so much space on the B bomb side. Teen just looking for the angle, not going to find it yet. A smoke to Cave. Does he expect Too High so close? The answer is yes. Unable to convert it, though, as Too High collects another. Note, still yet to die in this one, but if he wants to escape death, either needs to save the gun or commit to a very low percentage 1v3.
Yeah, this would not be an easy one to pull off, and the AK is priceless on the CT side. Do you really want to be sending that one after bad? Well, it doesn't look like he's going to get more than a single frag. It'll certainly bring Unity back towards the bomb, stop them from hunting and looking to steal away the AWP. If they even want it on the T side, we'll have to wait and see if Woozy's going to be shouldering the big green. Did great on the rifle just a few seconds ago in this round, having a double on the A site, forcing a lot of rotations along with Mikey. It looks like it'll be a wrap. The first round for Unity, they are on the board on the T side. Need to see a little bit more like that. Not just necessarily the fake where they're selling it super quick, but trying to understand where the openings are in the Young Ninjas defense. They had figured out that B was a quick casualty of those rotates.
Yeah. Learned it the hard way. Gonna have to rethink those rotates. And you spoke about conditioning, maybe an opportunity for Unity to pounce upon that. You know that the Young Ninjas might over-rotate at times. Maybe it's a good way to make them pay for that. Woo's burning in the flames. He's gonna burn to death. Well, that was unfortunate. A bit of an unforced error as they lose the first man, having sighted nobody on the CT side. Some additional damage dealt to Neofrag as he's down on 62, and now they're looking for the dust to settle. Of course, Vistra is going to make some noise, but currently no reason for the side of Young Ninjas to get into fights.
You call for the AWP in a round that's going to leave you with almost no money, and that's what happens to you. At the very least, Neo and Quartz have combined to clear out middle, so the first fight in that area of the map does not go the way of Young Ninjas. First proper brawl has come up Unity. Too High under some duress. He's spotted by one player, the closer with the SMG, that's Feaster. Thinking about playing a more up close and personal, proactive sort of style. And even though he gets a lot of damage, a lot of lead, he's still walking. He'll limp back to the B site, and now it's a 3-on-2 in favor of the defenders. Quartz wants to equalize pretty quickly here. He's going to turn from both of those flashes, and he clotheslines Vistra immediately. This is still an active round.
Yeah, and he knows that there's a player towards long, so he needs to flash and add some support to his teammate trying to get to the side and plant the bomb. Teen not going to find that frag. The bomb will be planted. It's going to be a post-plant situation. No kit on the CTs. There is one in Cave. Production team doing a great job on that, though utility missed. They still have a few nades to use, but they'd kill for a smoke, and they don't have it, though. They're going to have to clear all the angles and be quick at that. Rude just waiting for somebody to peek, but no reason for Unity to do that. Quartz just tucked in behind the box. An opportunity here presents itself. One player dead, and so is the other. It's Unity that hit two.
There you go, 2 for Unity, and very nicely done as well. Young Ninjas had no opportunity to jump into the cave position for a defuse kit. They were stuck on the outside just trying to tap the bomb, a 2-man situation. Let's see Quartz looking over at the strat sheet while he waits for the freeze time to expire. And yeah, this is really what happened here. Quartz clearing out a few and helping out in mid as well to clear Joski out of that position gives Unity such a better option into the mid round. And that's a T-side little cohesion thing that you're going to be watching out for. It's a funny thing. You don't know you don't have it until you realize, oh man, we're just getting picked off left, right, and center. And that's what it felt like for Young Ninjas there. For just a moment, it felt like maybe Feaster wasn't quite dialed in alongside Tane. A little bit of damage here. A lot of wall bangs and nades, but no kills. All unconfirmed. Unity don't realize how easy this round really ought to be. Just pistols on the other side, and a lot of the players with them have a lot of missing health.
Absolutely. There's very little that Young Ninjas can do in this one. Somebody's going to have to come up with some heroics, maybe a 5-7, maybe a Deke to do some damage to High AK. Very good at opening B is Too High. He's been good at that. Even in previous maps, this team has played. Rude, an opportunity, but only finding one. Though Visser dare for the trade. Note with the dig. They'll get taken out. And now Visser alone in 1v2 as the Unity players can just transition to the other side. The question is, does Visser want to commit in a 1 versus 2 with no Kevlar, no kit? He's going to have to really fight hard, pop a few heads in order to get this round.
Yeah, he's certainly giving it a go, certainly trying. Jumps straight into the smoke to try to spam the bomb planter. Not sufficient. I think he'll back off now. Wants to keep the AK into the next round. Tie game, but Unity, their bank is going to be stretched thin. Young Ninjas on the other side, they're going to get up close to max loss. Oh, the AWP being recovered as well is great play there. Oh, never mind. It's a bit of a different story all of a sudden, and there will not be a sniper for the Young Ninjas in the next. Rude not going to be too happy about that one.
Yeah, that was so close to keeping that AWP in their hands. It would be an opportunity for them to deal some damage. In the end, unlikely. And I spoke about Too High opening B. Of course, this was very simple for him as he found 3 kills against pistols, but even against much more equipped opponents, he can be very dangerous on that B lurk. As was the case in some previous rounds, looking to fight for mid. Joski blind, but finds a frag nonetheless. His teammates there to support as well. It will be an A-take. Rude whiff. Too High opening things up. It's a 4 versus 4, and now Unity players can stretch their legs on A. Still utility required to cut off Donut. They do have a smoke on Coerce, and only now they expend it. 3 CTs in Donut, just waiting for that smoke to fade. But by the time they can get to the side, the bomb will have already been planted. Too High connects the spray. These are dead, and that might mean round over for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, well, the bomb goes down onto the ground. They don't know that. Oh, they don't know that, but Tane is just fragging through the smoke. He'll try his luck a few more times. That's definitely going to bring them back in. Note backing him up. Joski waiting to pounce. This is a difficult round for Woozy and Too High to figure out. So much from Too High has been on these entry kills. And now it looks like Woozy and him have to figure things out. About half health for Too High on the AK. Woozy making some noise, making some sound. No utility left in terms of smokes. He spots the barrel. Can't shoot that. That's not the vital signs. Instead, he's going to make the drop sound, waiting to creep up towards him, and now he does the wide swing, but that was ill-advised as Tane doesn't need a smoke for a double. He'll do better without it.
Tane saving Young Ninjas in a situation where you could already see them contemplating the idea of saving their guns through the smoke, finding 2, completely annihilating the attack from Unity. The players that were on the side were isolated from the bomb, and when the smokes had faded, they couldn't get it on the ground. It's Young Ninjas claiming the lead and Tane being the hero for their side. It seems like it's a bit hot in the Czech Republic as we saw Woozy shirtless.
I've seen a few players play it out like that. I think Moonwalk in the previous series was much the same. Yeah, a bit of a heat wave going on. Unity tactical timeout. Considering their options. You said this was a Slovak organization, is that right?
Yeah, an organization from Slovakia. But, of course, you got more than a few Czech players in the roster, which was the case for the majority of their stint in Counter-Strike. Which, as I said, it's completely normal. We saw Mattis last year on LAN. A lot of people were questioning why we call him the hometown hero. It's simply the fact that a lot of Slovak players look for their fortune in the Czech scene and vice versa. Of course, tournaments being held in Prague means that the Czech crowd is going to be rooting for Slovakians.
Yeah. Very neighborly of them.
Yeah.
And to make matters even funnier, we've got a North Macedonian on the roster. Why not? They're taken from a little bit more distant people.
Yeah. One thing to note, as somebody who's from a neighboring country, they don't like that north part.
Yeah, they just prefer Macedonia.
They prefer just Macedonia.
Why is it north? Can you educate me on the downtime here that we have, or is it going to take longer?
I don't think it's going to take that long. Greece, has part of sort of the Macedonian region, and Macedonia has had a lot of debate over its name simply because the Greeks also take the name into account, or rather take ownership of the name. So there's been a lot of political discourse about that, though no reason to get into politics when we're watching Counter-Strike. 45 seconds on the clock, and I mean, Unity, we're acting like this is just an eco round. Unity can still be dangerous in this one, but they're walking into a site guarded by 3 players, and there's already Joski on the backstab.
Yeah, Joski getting active. Certainly curious, and Rude's run down very quick from Quartz. That's exactly the pace that they're going to need to take this one. All of a sudden, the B site looking like it's going to crumble to the lesser weapons, especially when you factor in Quartz picking up that AWP. Too High will get the bomb down. Joski was held at an arm's length elsewhere. Note cast in a 1v3. I don't think his role says winner, but maybe he'll have a opportunity to prove himself worthy of the role. Swing into cave, clears Quartz. He's panicking, thinking about where all of the other players could be. Half-ticked bomb, but he has a kit. And maybe even better than that, he has a smoke. Mikey is going to step up to the plate, only to be shot down. And perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, we can have him tip his hat. He is the winner, and he will be cast correctly. Too High, cowering in a corner, a 5th round for Young Ninjas.
Take a bow note. That was very good. It looked like round over. Takes care of the player in cave, through the smoke, finds the second, and just commits to the defuse, hopes that Too High will miss, which was the case. And Young Ninjas finding 2 rounds in a row that by right should not have been theirs.
No, buy the ticket, take the ride. Nope, you've got my vote. We'll see how this one continues on, but for me, Young Ninjas are already firing on a cylinder higher than Unity. We'll see if that pace actually pays off. They're already charging directly up into B, and they take Tane out immediately. It's Vister and Joski first on the trot to try to respond to this. Notes coming in for the backstab, but Too High, he gets the better of Joski. And Vister, I think he's been read in terms of his position. Too High will trade Woozy out, and that leaves Rude and Note. And it was all the Note show before. He's already cleared Too High, but Neofrag won't let him get up to his usual antics. Rude, he makes it a 1v1. He knows Neofrag is in. Gotta be sweeping from one side or the other. He chose to try to flick onto him. The in-between, not what he needed. Neofrag, a very important clutch for this guy who's been slow to warm up on Ancient.
Yeah, very important, as finally they get a round over the line. Was close 2 consecutively, and this one was close as well. You could say that Root had an opportunity, but that flick may be a bit over ambitious. The swing doing the job, and it is a close fought affair on map number 1.
Yeah, claws out. Everybody's looking for some damage. I just keep thinking about how, like you said, 2 rounds of Young Ninjas were supposed to be Unities. This is actually supposed to be a much better game from their side of things, certainly in terms of the scoreboard. That's not what it says. Instead, it's actually them trailing by 1. This buy should be a little bit easier to contend with, but when you throw out the usual equipment, sometimes that means you take something a little bit more unorthodox with you as part of the game plan.
Let's see what this one brings. A bit of a discount buy for the side of Young Ninjas as they've scrapped this buy together, hoping to do some damage. Of course, a lot better weaponry on the side of Unity, but they're facing a reset as well, and Young Ninjas want to bounce. Well done as they traded 3 for 1. It's only 2 players remaining for Unity, and they have gained no ground in this engagement.
No ground gained. Bomb still on their back. Mikey going to be taking a few exculpatory steps forward, see what he can recover from the wreckage. Doesn't look like any weapons were picked up by the opposition. He's going to keep on the MAC-10 for now. It's Woozy. He's essentially holding forth, saying, please, sir, entry onto the site with your op. MAC-10 is there to see if we can farm up any of the helmetless players. Joski, first point of contact as everybody ended up scarpering for the A site. The bomb will go down. Woozy needs to step forward for that flash. Oh, did that make a sound cue? It doesn't matter. Flashbang does blind him, but he is still able to make the shot count. That whiff is everything. Mikey needs to have a 1v3 with nothing more than a MAC-10. Rude's very low with that A1S, but note with the AK is exactly what the doctor ordered. For Young Ninjas to score 6 and secure at the very worst a tie score at the half.
They can do clutches, they can do broken buys. What is it that Young Ninjas can't do? It's 6-4, and they're feeling really, really good. One thing to say, you spoke about Woozy for a moment there. He found 2 frags in that one round, which were of consequence. Other than that, he found nothing up until this one round where he, had an opportunity to make impact, but only found 1 frag, which in the end wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And now a bit of a dumpster fire by in the hands of Unity. They're going to have that hero AK, rest of the players only on pistols. Only 1 Deagle actually to have some additional firepower to NeoFrag's AK. They're hoping that this hero AK can make a difference. Otherwise, maybe heading into the next round, they're going to have a scuffed buy as well, with NeoFrag lacking money.
Yeah, no matter what, there's going to be a concession here. Right now, that concession is NeoFrag needs to get the frags. He's been performing, as I said earlier, a little bit coldly coming in. Hasn't been able to make huge swing of it. Rude whiffs the shot that leaves too high with a new lease on life. At the very least, they can force them back. Joski, he doesn't expect them to have cut noise like that. That's another rifle available. NeoFrag immediately with the trade on the AK, and that reveals the game plan now. Veister, he can only deal with 1. This trading can continue in favor of Unity, especially with another Rude flick that whiffs. He can't hit the shot, and Woozy will punish with that recovered A1S.
Yeah, still 2 CTs alive, though, and as long as they're alive, they're a threat. That's the case for Teen, who finds a double and controls the situation for his team. It will be 7 for Young Ninjas. Yeah, they lost players, and you got to commend Unity for using that hero AK to the highest level imaginable in that situation, baiting out the players with no Kevlar, so NeoFrag can get the kills. In the end, that was not enough when Teen stepped up.
Yep. That was absolutely the case here in this round. Unity nearly managed to piece this together. It was only at the last hurdle that they started to trip up, not able to track down exactly where the Young Ninjas were going to be peeking from. And you said it earlier, NeoFrag's going to have some concessions in the next round. He called for the hero AK. It did do some work. He's now on a Tech 9 with rifles for everyone else.
Bit of an uncomfortable round to end things at the half for Unity. They're hoping to make this 7-5. It's a big difference between 8-4 and 7-5. And they really want to make a difference. Mikey gonna get caught with his pants down. Note, so much space acquired, but Joski dead on mid. That means that they can actually take a look at what Note is doing. Finds a double nonetheless. Finally gets traded back. And it's a 2 versus 3. Quartz with the bomb on his back, but 50 points of health on and full HP players on the other side. It's NeoFrag that needs to be the main man again.
Sure is, yeah, and he's already telegraphed the play by throwing that smoke towards the CT elbow. That has brought Young Ninjas forward, but they cut noise. They are going to plant the bomb, so there's no question as to whether or not they've doubled back to the other side of it. And this is the risk from NeoFrag that does not pay off. Casting Quartz into his own 1 versus 3. He catches the first attempt from Tane, dodging the flashbang, but he's so damn low. Luba, there's no chance for him. The pistol comes out as Rude's 5-7 will finish things off. And an 8-4 scoreline. Young Ninjas, they are dominating on Ancient so far.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
For moments, it looked like a close-fought affair, though Young Ninjas chaining together a few and making it work for a dominant scoreline after 12 rounds played. Let's see if Unity can do some more damage now that the sides have switched and they'll be playing on the defense. They're hoping for a pistol. They're begging for a pistol round victory, because if it goes their way, we can see them coming back to an even scoreline.
Oh, we certainly can. And not only that, but Unity have not done what they're supposed to do on a map like Ancient on the T side. It's Young Ninja's time to show us whether they can maul this squad or whether they will be held at an arm's length away from victory. Mikey in Cave spots the first little bit, and he gets himself out of there. First couple of bits of utility coming in on the pistol round. Young Ninja's looking for another one. Obviously, he won the first, and this is looking like a very nice setup. The retake is only going to have an incendiary.
Yeah, not going to be so easy for the side of Unity. They're lacking a kit, which means that they're going to have to hurry up in this one. I would have expected with this setup for Young Ninjas that they were going to have a Molotov of their own. Not going to be the case. First frag goes to the side of Unity, and now they're sieging the site, looking to take it back to their hands. Trades all around, but a 3 versus 3 now as the time is ticking. The CT's finding the kills, but is it enough? The answer seems to be no, as Teen is still alive. And look at the HP on the side of Unity. They have to stick it. Finds the first, looks for the second, and time has all but run out. Teen finds the kill. It's insult to injury. It's 9 for Ninjas.
Yeah, sure is. Not only 9, but this is a really important win. You don't get that many easy second round breaks on the CT side. It's going to require some out-of-the-box thinking for Unity if they want a chance to stop double digits from happening right here and right now in our very next round. And it's a little heartbreaking as well. Too High working so hard throughout the entire map and including this pistol round with those dualies. It's just not enough because they don't have a kit. They don't have any way to defuse the bomb. They took too long on the trot. Neofrag's A4 going to be the premium rifle, immediately offered up. That is not the route that you wanted to take for this. Unity are now down a man and only have discount weaponry to do this.
Sort of a high-risk, low-reward play from Neofrag in this one, as he was staring at 4 players. Them firing back at him barely did any damage to the T's, though Joski is on 10 HP, so that might make a difference. The 3-man stack in Cave might actually do some damage, well, to both sides, actually, as the trades are going all around, make it a 2v2 now. But they've seen the bomb might be intel necessary for Unity. Through the smoke, nope, goes. Bomb on his back, doesn't matter. Mikey loses his head, and it's Too High hope in a clutch.
Deagle in hand. He's got to clear multiple heads. Maybe he can recover a weapon. He is local to the B-bomb site. Now he's aware that at least one player is up there. Likely both of the bomb is going down. He's not budging, not going to grab another weapon. Instead, he'll just keep to the Deagle. Even got a Neofrag sticker on it. Some kind of keepsake. Waiting for those headshots to present themselves. Rude in the Cave is burrowed in pretty deep, and sometimes you can get snuck up on in that angle, but not today. Double digits for Young Ninjas right after the pistol and the conversion. And what do you know? You're not going to have a buy into this one either, Unity. This is looking very dire for them.
Yeah, this round, or rather this map, seems to be slipping from the side of Unity. The problem is, it is their map pick, and I warned you before the map began that even though they pick it most often out of all the maps in the pool, they don't really have the best numbers on it when you talk about percentages, you know, win or lose. And this might be their moment to pay the piper. Not having a map they can completely rely on, at least in this matchup.
Dangerous times, and Note just keeps on fragging. You can't put this guy down. Quartz finds one with the Deagle, but everybody else is just getting mauled. At the very least, Rude's been taken out of the picture as well. A 2 versus 3, and Veister's so damn low. Other players have been chipped away at as well, with Note getting the bomb down. Maybe Young Ninjas might be a little bit more fragile than they look. It just feels impossible to deal with Note. He's up to 21 frags in 15 rounds. I mean, call it. The math is ridiculous. We said that we saw some superlative play just a series ago from some of the stars of Walczaki and Tricked, but this is on another level already.
Yeah, so far so good for Young Ninjas because they've been training together rounds a lot. I lost count how many this is in a row. I think it's like 6, which is pretty insane, all things considered.
Yeah.
But now, Unity will be back on a bye. Let's see if he can actually post some resistance, a bit more than was the case in the opening rounds, because there's very little margin for error on their own map pick.
Yeah, that's something we've, I think, maybe forgotten to mention a few times. I certainly have. Ancient is Unity's map pick.
Yeah.
Not the other way around. Dust 2 will be what the Young Ninjas want to play on. And Rude, a little bit of an awkward timing, but of course Note is good for at least the trade. Veister comes in to help him out as well. Afterwards, posthumously. And Joski's already burrowed pretty deep into the A-bomb site. If Teen can grab a kill and then double back to the bomb, we can absolutely see an A rotate here.
Yeah, and Joski's position yet to be revealed. This backstab can pay a lot of dividends. The question is, where will he go? And another question, will Mikey check behind himself? Doesn't seem to be the case, so Joski got his head on a platter, easy as you like, though he did struggle with that spray. At the end of the day, they get to the site. They can plant the bomb very quickly. Teen maybe even looking to chuck that bomb just over the gap. Not going to be the case. This will allow Too High a lot of time to actually make a rotate. And as you say, the bomb is left on elbow. I would have expected that one of the players had an opportunity to take it, but is not the case. But they can just go back to A, and Too High will be completely stunned, though this is an opportunity again for him. And as I say that, he throws it out of the window as he moves back to A.
Yeah, they're going to need to plant that bomb very hurriedly. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Do they have the time?
Yeah.
This is what their clock is all about, and just barely it gets in. Just in the nicotine. Too High, looking for at least a miracle defuse here. He doesn't have a kit. There is one available. Not that you get nanovision about it. This is deadly. This is dastardly. And he has found at least one of them. They're both in the same spot. He'll tap the bomb with the defuse to force them into the open. And look at that. He actually cleared Joski with that little technique. He scoops the kit. He's on the stick. T needs to deliver the bullet, and he's not going to. A 5th round for Unity. A ninja defuse right in his face, and an insult to injury, the frag as well.
Ooh, Too High saving his team yet again in this map. Doing quite well on 16 frags, the saving grace of Unity, but somebody's going to have to pick up some slack if they want to make this comeback happen. Young Ninjas doing a lot of work, but that left bomb on elbow was what made the biggest difference at the end of the day. I think that Too High would have been in much bigger trouble had they just planted the bomb immediately. And now a fast push toward the A-bomb side. It's going to be a quick one. It's going to be a fast one, and only one player available even close to the side. Of course, the rotators are coming, but the bomb should be going down very quickly, which will allow Young Ninjas a chance to mount up a hold of this site. Still, one player dead, and still under duress, the Plander will get that bomb down. A man advantage retake now required from Unity.
Yeah, well, no longer a man advantage, and in fact, a man deficit, man down all around. Mikey has scored at least one back. This is a 2v3 all of a sudden with missing health on both of the CTs. Rude is still totally fine in the HP department, but you got to watch out for what the others are packing. And Unity know they are now saving for overtime, and there are so many chances for Young Ninjas to just finish the job here and now.
Looks like it. Unity couldn't get this one to work. Couldn't get it over the line and begin a streak that could get them close to closing this gap. Too High did his best, found that initial pick, unable to do much afterwards, and Note just walking and managing to get the headshot with the dig.
7 map points. Hard to think that Young Ninjas won't be able to fire their way through one of them. Chances are chances, though. They're not confirmations. Young Ninjas are just going to run the same play back again. This could be, in some ways, even deadlier. There's less rotates available, and Neofrag's completely blind, completely dead. A 4-on-5 for Unity to stay in the map.
Ooh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But Young Ninjas lose a player very quickly, though gain 2. As Rude and Note take care of Mikey and Converts. It's only Woozy and Too High hoping to make this happen. Note is on 2 HP. That's something that might play a part in this one, but they need to exit Temple, and that's not going to be easy with so many barrels pointed at the exit. Too High! Look at that! Makes it a 2v2, but they have to hurry up. They do have a kit, and they do have a smoke, and somebody needs to jump on that bomb as soon as possible. Note announces his presence, gets the final frag. It's 13-5. Young Ninjas take away Steam roll away the opposing team's map pick, and they'll be going to Dust 2 with the map advantage in this best of 3.
Yeah, going to their own territory that they themselves chose. This is not how we expected Ancient to go. Not how I expected the series to go. I thought every map would be close. It would take 3 and Unity would take it all. Not what I had in mind. Young Ninjas shooting sharp. Honestly, the tactics were pretty simple. There wasn't a whole lot of interplay between the map and how Young Ninjas themselves were playing it. They just knew the angles and they shot nicely. A few set pieces in mid and the CT side, that was more or less the bulk of what they went for. And then, like you said earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Run those A plays back to back. They're not going to expect it, especially for the map win.
Yeah, especially for that. At the end of the day, it was a convincing victory on map number 1 for Young Ninjas, and they'll be having their heads held high heading into Dust 2. Unity requiring a miracle to stay in competition. Dust 2, not a completely horrible map for them, but it is one of those maps that Young Ninjas, more often than not, they pick it and they actually win maps on it. So it's going to be a very difficult map for Unity to play, given that it's the Young Ninjas' favorite map. It's their hometown turf. It's their home soil, whatever you want to call it. Young Ninjas are heading into map number 2 as favorites, but we will be heading on a short break. We'll be back with our next map.
Isten hozott do híresek čornokábor. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plichtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž. Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving it to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Unity battered on their own map pick. Let's see if they can do something better on Dust 2. Young Ninjas, I said it before, Dust 2 is their home turf, and they feel really good on it, posting up some very good results and picking up the map as much as they can. They pick it basically every time they get the opportunity, and it works quite well for them. It might be the map that sends them through to face Eyeballers tomorrow. Pronogo, what are we thinking about this one? What sort of adjustment do Unity have to make in order to survive one more map?
Well, first of all, they're going to need to figure out where half of their players went, because the stars that we're used to seeing at the top of the scoreboards, the Neofrags, honestly, Two Eye's not normally the guy up there. He was the only real contributor on Ancient, and they're also going to need to anti-strat Note a little bit. They're going to need to neutralize him in some capacity. That kid had so much going for him in the last map. It was outrageous, the level of strat that they are going to need to finish the job there. It's outrageous how many frags he had, how many multi-kill highlight rounds that he had, not only the one where he clutches versus 3. We go to Dust 2. We're going to need to see if Unity can start shooting back, because until they do that, their tactical changes are not going to matter.
Unity starting on the CT side, some utility acquired, Woozy on the dualies, and we spoke about him in the previous map as well, completely absent on his team's side. A necessity will be for him to fire off some pretty good shots with that AWP once he gets his hands on it on the CT side, of course, on Dust 2. Of course, Young Ninjas just shrugging themselves toward the A-bomb site over long Quartz, blocking that smoke, but it won't leave that big of a gap, or it will, and Neofrag using it to his advantage, but gets destroyed after the first frag. Quartz, Woozy, Too High, everybody contributing in this one. You said that they were absent, but now everybody gets a kill. All now left is for Mikey to find one. That won't be the case, but still, Unity grabbed their first through the pistol round.
Yeah, that was almost everybody chipping in, and very solid pistol. It's, you know, this is something that I felt like Young Ninjas did really well on Ancient, is control those pistol engagements in the closer range affairs. For them to pick the A site for that, it shows you that maybe the longer range stuff is going to be a problem for them. But it's early days to decide that. Unity might just be a little bit more comfortable when their enemies aren't in their face that way. They've never necessarily been the most aggressive of lineups, even dating back to previous iterations. Now, Young Ninjas trying to play with a little bit of fire. Maybe testing Too High's position. It is just a Glock round, P250 for Veister being the only change in purchase. And he'll be the one who tries to grab a dome, grab a gun. Unlikely to find anything. Unity not giving them much to grab onto here. A little bit of sounds heard. That's about it. Keep in mind, guys, this is, of course, our second and final best of 3 of the day. Tomorrow, we've got 2 more. Young Ninjas, if they defeat Unity on Dust 2, will punch their ticket to face Eyeballers in the next round, and it's a Polish derby to open things up tomorrow as well. That's going to be Kalesi versus Walczaki.
Neofrag, a chance for him to boost his stat line. There you go. Found 2 and not surviving to keep that M4 for the next round. I would assume that Too High will be running to grab that rifle as long as Woozy can survive, which will be the case. No trouble for Unity as they keep all 4 rifles they bought in hand for the next, where Young Ninjas will have a bye, and now Unity up to the test.
Yeah, this is going to be a proper opportunity for Young Ninjas to get on the board. Pistol round and the second round conversion. Young Ninjas saving everything except for what was required for their P250. And a small bit of utility, so they're gonna have a buy into this one. All AKs all the time. You'll love to see it. I think aggressive Dust 2 strats don't actually need an op at this level of Counter-Strike, and maybe you could even swing me on an argument that they're not necessary at the top level either. It's a very different style, but one that can be much more mobile, much quicker on the draw. Speaking of, they're already taking control of the bottom of short, looking around for some pressure they can apply to A. Little do they know, there's 4 members of Unity's defense already ready to go. 2 holding from the site itself, 1 CT, 1 in long. And Mikey, he's even being pulled over here to mid. So if Young Ninjas go A, they have telegraphed it enough for Unity that this should be a comfortable hold.
In theory, with the defenders on the site, shouldn't be an issue for Unity, but they're going to have to stay their hand once these flashes fade. Woozy just keeping his head down, and now he pokes it out. Looking to make some damage before the T's can actually get to the side, but Too High dead. Now a lot of space acquired, something magical required from the side of Unity as they look to defend the side. Porus finds one through the smoke, another, but his teammate is dead, and a lot of damage dealt. It's a 2 versus 2. The bomb has been dropped. Team needs to take it before he gets a chance to plant, so this could be a chance for the Unity side to keep this streak going. Note on short, but the bomb is not planted for him. That could be an issue if Team dies. And he's trying to stay alive for as long as possible. He knows that one should be towards long, and I think it's calmed over. There's a player on CT. That's Mikey. Hits on Mikey, exactly. Neofrag finds the kill, and it's all down to Tane, but so little HP. He needs to tuck in, wait for as much of time to pass, but there's simply no chance. He needs to find the headshots. He needs to fight, finds the first, the other one unsuccessful. Mikey, more than enough time for the defuse. It will be Unity on 3.
Yeah, that is an excellent little salvage operation Mikey did, but Neofrag going down at the end makes that even more expensive than it already was going to be. So Unity score a 3rd round. This is really good as a conversion from what was going on in Ancient, starting off feeling a bit more confident, but you're already starting to see a little bit of shakiness. Young Ninjas got 4 members over here, and Note was nowhere to be seen, lurking out in middle in what ended up being a very ineffectual position, as Neofrag never pushed out A doors. Something to keep in mind, because Young Ninjas essentially did all of that with 4 members, 4v5, until Note actually activated. But of course, enough said about that last round. We already have a scout pick, courtesy of Rude. Courts at the deck at the beginning of this round.
Destroyed through the door. Not sure if they threw an HE. If that was the case, then it was quite good from the side of Rude. We might get to see that on the replay after the round ends. A bit of a mishmash of a buy on the side of Young Ninjas, but still something to fight with, especially with that scout that can deal some damage on long range, though Noda dead. Neofrag only tagged up a little bit, still battle ready. Woozy, something you need to note, only on 14 points of health. So he's going to have to be careful with that op. 1 bullet can claim his life. And it's going to be a slow one as the Young Ninjas are still staying put, waiting for the smoke to fade. Now they throw utility of their own, hoping to close in onto the site. But 4 defenders on the site. Unity should still have a chance in this one. Woozy, first point of contact, sees the barrel, sees the guy. Missed shot, actually legs Vster. He can continue the fight, but now he's out on the open. Young Ninja scrambling for the site, finding the opener and looking for more. Mikey on the boost. Collects Vster through the smoke. It's a 3 versus 3, but now all the kills go to Unity. And Teen in a 1 versus 3, a very low percentage one, especially with Too High going long.
Yeah, almost no chances for Teen to make anything happen here. 20 seconds on the clock. Even though he has access to that bomb, he is not going to be planting it. Not successfully, it feels like. He'll throw an incendiary and get activated. Mikey with the jump, he actually dinks him through the box. In that case, it was probably the only thing he could conceivably do is get the bomb plant down there so that his team could get a little bit of cash. But keeping 3 alive is really important for Unity. Definitely a situation you want to be in on the economical front. The CTs should have no problems buying into the next round. And they even scraped together a 2 AK 1-op hold. That's going to be wonderful for Unity. And bodes very nicely for their next round, where Young Ninjas, again, do not have enough money for a fully formed buy.
They will have some cash to splash, given the fact that they planted the bomb and have already full loss bonus. But as you said, a lot of things are lacking. Brood still on that scout. You need a few more nades than they got at the moment. So this is an opportunity for the side of Unity to extend their lead even further. And should they do so, I can see this going to map 3 all of a sudden, even though I came into this one expecting the Young Ninjas to just walk over Unity. Though it still is early days. Woozy looking to make impact with that off. Not going to find anything but pulling back and repositioning.
And Woozy has been a hot and cold player, very cold on Ancient, barely alive. Of course, even in proceedings earlier in the tournament, he felt very feast or famine. And when he was on, Unity had an easy time coasting to victories, and they were much more competitive with him on form than without him. You can see some of his prowess, some of his potential. A map like Dust 2 should certainly serve him as an opportunity to farm some highlights to show the world what he's got in pursuit of presence at Prague. There's 3 Ts gathered up. Looks like Young Ninjas will be deathballing onto the B site, but there are 3 defenders here as well.
Seems like a solid read from Unity. Let's see if they can hold on. 3 defenders defending B. A lot of utility already expended. Quartz does not have the luxury of dying, but 2 hide there to help. Nice crossfire, but now all the defenders are dead. And with 3 Ts still alive, this is finally a round where the Young Ninjas can breathe easy.
Yeah, no reason to be going for a retake like this. And not on the hardest bomb site to do it on. That's for certain. 2 versus 3. They're just going to save that op and AK. Invest into the next round. They should barely be able to afford a reasonable buy. Somebody's going to have a concession, but we'll see who that is in a bit. Don't think there will be any hunting either. Neofrag looking for exits, interestingly enough. If Young Ninjas go out towards tunnels, they might end up spotting them. Woozy could also be the executioner on the way out the door. Feels like this is good heads-up play from Unity, because it does mean that they'll hopefully strain the economy of their opponents even in victory. Young Ninjas finally on the board as Note hits the deck. His heroics to open up the site, repaid with a giant slug in his forehead.
Yeah, talking about concessions, some will have to be made on the side of Young Ninjas, as they will have a buy, but still they'll be facing a reset. So they're not out of the woods yet, far from it. No, very good to enter the site, a double found. And for a moment there, before he found the kills, it looked like Unity will be holding on to that B bomb site. Unable to do it fully. Only dispatching of 2 T players. Both teams now in financial dire. Woozy looking to make some forward positioning with that up, is going to need to pull back safe behind that smoke.
For now. Looks like Young Ninjas are amassing at the gates. Obviously, you can see Tane holding for anyone coming in through the A doors. Everybody else mostly posturing in middle. Notes of apparently the main man you got to watch out for on this lineup if anything was to go by from Ancient, but he's had a slow start to this map. It's actually mostly been Joski and spread across the rest of the lineup. Bit of a slow one here. For a minute left on the clock. Young Ninjas T side found first blood in the previous round. They're looking to chain a few together, but they're having to drain the utility from everybody on the side of Unity, who seem a lot more comfortable now than they were on Ancient, that's for sure.
Looks like a B split this time around, not going for it directly. That actually was the case in the last round as well. A little less than 40 seconds left on the clock as the side of Young Ninjas is looking to enter this B bomb site. Mikey, only an SMG to defend himself with. He does have a player to help, but so many Ds pouncing on the site. Converts alone, overwhelmed, unable to find a single kill. That means round over. That means Young Ninjas are beginning to close this little gap.
Yeah, in a big way. And of course, the majority alive again. Unity will have SMGs into the next for their fallen players. At what point do Young Ninjas feel economically strong enough to go for hunts? It shouldn't really be this round, but I don't mind the idea of probing a little bit. You lose 1 guy, it shouldn't be too bad. Interesting that the Young Ninjas end up with such an eclectic mix of nations being represented by their players. Always cool to see those European mixes, truly from many walks of life. Unity are kind of more of a regional one, of course, but we were already talking about their flags and their flares moments ago. No longer are they in a round-winning streak. No longer are they decidedly and stably in the lead. They're going to need to win this next round if they want to keep things looking kosher for them on the CT side. And Ninjas, they might be able to chain this one into a third.
That would be a big victory for them. As Unity looked very strong in the opening rounds, that has faded just a little bit so far. Still something for them to fight with, only Mikey being on just a starting pistol. Rest of the team will have rifles, though depends if you could call a scout a rifle in this situation. Barely escapes death, was completely blind, wanted to stay his hand and just keep his positioning. Wasn't really lucky with that, and now a molly will draw these CTs out of position. Attack towards B yet again. Too high eliminated, and Mikey, well, he's just shaking in his boots, hoping that Woozy will do all the business. USB not gonna find anything. Scout either, as seen, blows up Woozy's head. It's Neofrag and Quartz just hoping to show something. Though Neofrag gets dome. Quartz good with the Scout, unable to get the follow-up. It's the Ninjas on 3.
Now, that's a big win for their bank accounts, not only getting that third round in a row, but only losing one player. So even if they end up dropping the next 2 rounds, you're talking about likely 3 consecutive buys for the Ninjas. Unity have a lot of work ahead of them to continue winning rounds, continue keeping their lead, preserving it. Young Ninjas, on the other hand, look very well set to tie this up and maybe do more. They're finding a lot of success towards B, many rounds in a row. We'll see what their future holds as they start pivoting back to the rest of the map.
Well, at least Unity is back on a buy, though not the best buy they've ever had. As you said, concessions still made. No op, not even thinking about it. Couldn't really afford anything close to that. Hardly any utility to use, and should the bomb be planted, no kit means that any retake possibility is all the more hard. Too high. An opportunity to stand his ground on short. He has words to support. A frag found, but 2 frags there as an answer. Mikey dead on B, and they've been abusing him in these last 4 rounds. They continue to do that. Neofragging Too High, low HP, low chances. Too High wants to commit, not gonna find anything, as Note is God's gift to the earth, it seems, in this best of 3. He's been perfect in the first map, and he's doing quite well in the second.
Yeah, him activating now that we're a little bit into this first half is real bad omen stuff for Unity to have to deal with. They were already up against it after the last couple of rounds, realizing that maybe Young Ninjas had a plan, maybe Young Ninjas had a read. And as of right now, not only that, but they've got notes, they've got frags. If Note starts coming online in a real way, we are going to see Unity struggle to post up many more rounds. They're already in that boat. Look at the pistols. Look at the lack of utility. Look at anything you want. It's looking like Young Ninja's 5th. We'll see if Unity can do a thing or two about stemming the tide. I really don't think that their odds are very good.
Definitely not, though some ground gained, which means that Note needs to be careful, otherwise he might lose his head. Mikey on the boxes. Note won't be poking and prodding towards upper tunnels, as he's just waiting for a CT to be a bit over-ambitious. The attack commences towards A, and Too High. Is there anything you can do here, my friend? Oh, nope. Just letting them all pass, collecting 3. Too High dead as well. And it's Woozy just looking at the kill feed and conceding another to the Ninjas.
Yep. Ninjas taking the lead 5 in a row now, unanswered by Unity since the opening 4. Woozy is, of course, the last alive with his pesky P250, and I was saying earlier, Note's taken a little bit of time to warm into the series, or into the second map, but now he's got 9 frags, so eco kills are doing a heavy lifting there. Rude had some impactful op picks in the last 2 rounds. Last few, in fact, so he's also slowly coming online now that he's got his big green. Not a player that has a lot of consistency with the rifle. And this is just beautiful. I mean, nobody clears it, nobody thinks of it, and nobody associates young players with patience, but that's exactly what Note had in spades for that. As a tactical pause comes through from Unity, talking over their options and considering what to do about this situation. Not only have we conceded our lead, but we have no real game plan, it seems, for how to stem the tide, stop the assault from landing critical blow after critical blow. B side, Mikey getting ripped open. A side, long doors never being pushed, never being controlled. It's all up short. It's all through CT spawn. These are things that Unity have to keep in mind at the end of their tack.
That sounds like a weird pep talk. I hope that theirs was different. But yeah, Ninja's getting 5 in a row. And Mikey now on the AWP, hoping that that might make a difference. Rude. Smoke to stop the incendiary. Not going to be the best. Neofrag takes care of Easter. That's a good start, though not a good follow-up. Rude takes care of Too High, brings it back into a 4v4. And this type of situation for the CTs is dangerous on all maps, as we know that an equal manpower is always good for the Ts, as less CTs are out there. But on Dust 2, it's even more dangerous, though Woozy trying to make it work. And Mikey as well with the op striking back. Now it's a man advantage for the side of Unity, as they actually want to be a bit more aggressive. Look at Kurtz on the minimap, and you can see that he's really going forward, hoping to make that backstab happen. 2 ops on the side of Unity can at least take care of one of the Young Ninjas players. So soon enough, Pronogo, we could be looking at a tied result again.
Yeah, took that tactical timeout, took double up to give Unity a nice fighting chance. The rotation not quite accounted for by Rude, and Quartz will finish it off, sending us into a 5v5, 5-2-5. Unity are actually keeping the majority alive in that match. That means that they are going to have a nice buy into the next, and they will keep both ops.
And that's very important, as both ops did strike in this round. All tied up after 10 rounds played. That Quartz backstab was very useful, very quick, and tilted the round even further in Unity's favor. Let's see if they can hold off this assault and maybe even contemplate having a lead at the half. For a moment there, it looked very dire.
Yeah. When it was 5 unanswered and Young Ninjas weren't missing a beat, Unity took that tactical timeout, brought out the second big green for Mikey, used it to alleviate some of the pressure against him. Woozy burned back. Oh, misses that shot. Not even good for damage. Forced way back away from short. That's a lot of map control gained for the Young Ninjas. We'll see if they want to do the Avangar lurk smoke through CT side, or if they're just going to be hitting a wholesale. A lot of players available for either approach, but Neofrag still holding long doors. Shot with both hands. It's 2 defenders here on the B-bomb site, very isolated from everybody else. The utility has been exchanged, and Quartz, he's got a lot of work to do while Mikey keeps steady with that secondary sniper. Oh, steady is not the word I'd use for this. He doesn't know where any of the T's are. Barreling through mid, there was no help coming, no cavalry ready to go through that CT smoke. Young Ninjas found the timing, and they absolutely abused it.
Yeah, and it seems like this B site works really well for them. They should be thinking about using it next time as well, rather abusing it. As every time they went B, it looked like they were shoo-in to actually win the round. Again, Mikey unable to answer, though we can't really fault him. He was in a position where you can't really answer with the op. Had he found 1 kill, it really wouldn't have made a difference. And Too High trying to save his gun. Neofrag is going to get a freebie. Not sure what happened there. No, unable to see him on time. Doesn't matter for the Ninjas. They will have a buy heading into the next, as their money is looking really, really good. And taking a gun away at the end of the round means that it's going to be even harder for Unity to answer back in round number 12.
Yeah, Mikey was pretty low after those op investments, so keep that in mind. That death may have actually had consequences. Interesting that so many different players on the on both lineups, really. We're already seeing some op usage by other than the primary opper. No secondary sniper this time around. Couldn't afford it. Mikey on the SMG instead. A big fall from grace there. Hasn't been able to make those work for him. The secondary sniper was certainly when he looked the most comfortable, and at least in one round, maybe not in the follow-up. Young Ninjas could now joust here for the 7th, for the limited lead. Flashbang is good, and Joski clears the opper. That is a low percentage frag to get, but Too High is in a very uncommon position. Oh, he's good for 2, almost the 3rd, but Rude's a little bit too quick on the adjustment. It's Note against Neofrag, and we know how that goes. Shot in the back. There's no hope against the veteran. Now this 2 versus 3 for Young Ninjas is going to have to be facilitated through B.
Oh, yeah, they got a lot of nades, but they need to clear Mikey first. Would be perfect if he doesn't find that first kill, and he's going to get it. Now it's Rude alone, finds a frag, looks for more. He knows where Mikey's at. Nice flick from Rude. And now that utility comes into play, gets back on the AK. Bomb is going to get planted, and Neofrag, he's rotating. He does not have a kit, but there is one on the side. Could be of use in this one. First, though, he needs the dispatch of Rude. A quad kill was necessary of the Opera of the Young Ninja's side, and 3 he was good for. Let's see if he can take care of Neofrag. Bomb ticked to half. Neofrag needs to hurry up. He's gonna pick that kid up as well. Not gonna happen, not gonna matter. It's 7-5 at the half. Young Ninjas with a minimal lead on their own map pick.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the last half of today. Unity trying to survive. Young Ninjas having a minimal lead after 12 rounds played. Rude with an incredible clutch to end proceedings in the first half, and that's going to bring a lot of win into the Young Ninjas sail.
Yeah, no opportunity for a tie first half. Not today. It was 8-4 on Ancient after the first half for Young Ninjas. Now 7-5. A little bit worse in terms of the scoreline, but still, they're going to be very happy with that. Switching over to what many would say is the stronger side on Dust 2. We had a bit of a chat in the halftime break and came to the conclusion that the Young Ninjas are likely to clinch it in the CT side, but Unity still have a chance to extend play in the tournament. Take us to a potential Mirage decider, if in fact that is needed. Note, we'll be receiving on the B site. Quartz with his knife out. Just trying to figure out where the enemies are, and that's a choke point and a half. He still gets one frag despite how uncomfortable that was, and there's more here at Car.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult. Joski whiffing a little bit, gets it over the line in the end, and it's only Mikey left. 1 versus 2, managed to dispatch of a player, rather 2, and looking for a quad kill in this one, though no Kevlar, very little he can do in the bomb in no man's land. Well, in young man's land in this case. Mikey, is he going to expect the player on top? The answer is no, and he is gone. Young Ninjas get their 8th.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody's heard of the game White Knuckle, but Mikey needed to be Mike Knuckle and climb up a little bit there to the top of the box. There's no hope for him at the low elevation he was at. Felt like maybe it was doable when he was reloading his gun and walking a little bit further back towards the lower tunnel position, try to go for the long flank. Had plenty of time, it felt like. 50 seconds on the clock when he finally expires. Now here we are, looking at just pistols, a deagle for Mikey, since he was feeling himself, but let's see if he can climb up or not.
Ooh, Joski a chance to farm up some cash with that MP9. Finds the first, and now they want to overwhelm him, but Joski is just inviting them. He's really happy to take care of these pistols. Will be a lost gun on the side of the Ninjas, as they'll be losing what it seems to be a rifle. Yeah, that FAMAS out of the picture, so Joski will be staying on that MP9, though we've seen him be quite good, even against fully armored opponents with this SMG. Hopefully for Young Ninjas, that will be the case in the next round as well. Now the Unity Candy back on a bye and hoping to start chipping away at this Young Ninjas lead.
Listen, Yuba, I'm sure Joski, as an anchor, is probably very excited about the idea of a treat. For a treat, he gets a FAMAS instead of an MP9. Wow! And then it disappears in front of him. So he might just be very upset now and have to wait a little bit before he can purchase his next big option. In fact, it looks like he dropped somebody else. So he's gonna
man of the people
have a gun. Yeah, he's
and he's
really
top fragging as well.
Yeah, sure is. No, maybe just one frag behind him now. Rude's also been playing very well. Those are the two that end up fragging for the Young Ninjas. Too high, trying to get one back. Clears Veister, the latest stand-in, who's definitely having a forgettable performance on Dust 2, but if he's surplus to requirements, it might not matter. 4 versus 3 for Young Ninjas as they attempt to knock on the door at double digits.
Tane in a solid position. Let's see if he can get a kill from here. No support from his teammates. There is that Rude up quite close. Neofrag expecting, but not managing to find the kill. And now, you just need to sit tight and wait for the Unity players to come to you. Too high alone at a 1v4. Again, around that Unity will be looking to forget. Nade in hand, peek from Rude. It's double digits for the Ninjas.
Yeah, they might be forgetting this whole tournament soon, but Young Ninjas, who only really have the storyline behind them that they are an upstart squad, they are an academy lineup that is trying to prove themselves in the second tier of Counter-Strike here. Unity, they impressed everybody by taking down Eyeballers in overtime. They don't shy away from long games and comebacks. This does not feel like a game where they're dialed in, a game where they are ready to deliver. Despite the fact that there were some superb performances in past matches, it seems like today is not their day, but can they change their story? A flashbang to secure some action outside. It's Veister's time for a double, improving his scoreline almost by as much. And now it seems they've stalled out a little bit and long.
Yeah. Ooh, there's the AK too high. Drawing blood. Veister dead. Still a lot more CT players to be found. As the last player is contemplating that rotation to A, you can see Joski on mid. And what's the plan for Rude? He wants to jump on short. That might not be necessary as note. Takes care of one, though. Mikey good on the retort. Just tapping that bomb, looking to find something, but Rude good on the op. It's 11 for Ninjas, and they're cruising through Dust 2. That first half had us convinced that Unity will be asking questions of the Ninjas, but so far, so perfect for the young boys of NIP.
Yeah, Young Nip, they've been doing just fine today. This is looking a lot more confident, a lot more composed. Something we didn't mention much, but certainly came up with Walczaki since they played 3 best-of-3s yesterday. They're playing a second one today after their victory earlier in our broadcast. Young Ninjas and Unity only had today's match here to look forward to, so the full prep was also oriented directly at Unity by the Young Ninjas team, so that probably also plays a little bit of a factor, plays a little bit of a part into why the Ninjas have been so successful here. It feels like they've had Unity's number all series long.
Yeah, it was a commanding performance on map number 1. Could be as commanding on map number 2 as well. Send them to that, should we call it last chance qualifier against the Eyeballers, as they are what comes next. Of course, Eyeballers being heavy favorites heading into the best of 3 against any of these two teams, but you never know what can happen. We got Sinners eliminated very early on, and we didn't expect that either.
Now we could say the same for Fnatic, the team that won the last event. Of course, they're a very different roster now, and apparently not one that was able to find online success recently. Young Ninjas, on the other hand, going to be receiving this Unity push towards A. Everybody Deathball grouped up to short. A couple of smokes are going to be dispatched, little bits of utility that have been lingering, waiting to be used. HE to try to bomb down a little bit of HP. Good for some damage. And Young Ninjas are falling back into a more defensive place. Barrel spotted. Rude has a lot of targets here. And he pulled the trigger correctly. The answer is yes, a blinder of a shot, and even ready for the court swing. He keeps delivering, and Tane also combining. That's 4 from Rude. That's more letters than in his name, damn it. 12 for Young Ninjas and 7 series points.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the operas of both teams. Woozy unable to get going on the first map, on the second map as well. Rude playing lights out. Dust 2 is Opera's paradise, and Rude seems to be feeling like he's on vacation.
Dude, Tane stole his kill. He stole his ace. Did you see? He was actually opt right on top of him, and then he's like, well, I guess Yeah, you kill my guy, I guess I'll just kill the next guy. So it still has some class to it, still has some swagger. Yeah, this feels like Young Ninja's cruising straight to the final best of 3 of the online stage for them and for us, as I believe they are the second match on the docket tomorrow. It will be the last part of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague to be played online. Very eager to get to the LAN at the end of May. Veister, eager to see if his stand-in jaunt can result in a victory. He could say, hey guys, you should keep me. We won really good.
Yeah, well, they got a victory, even though Veister, especially on the second map, really wasn't a part of it, frag-wise. But you never know. He did have a few good performances so far for Young Ninja, so I don't think that this will be too bad for him. The attack commences on V, and Unity still alive. Note, unable to find more than one. So Unity will be surviving for at least one more round.
Okay, all right. They're teasing us a little bit with it. If it's going to be 13-6, let it be so. But it will not be 13-5. Still plenty of cash here for Rude especially. We'll be dropping, I'm guessing, multiple rifles into the next one. Veister will certainly have to be donated towards. Maybe he's the vibes guy. You know, V for vibes? Vibester? Could be. Could be. I still remember the legendary, you know, excuse for why Simple wasn't signed to FaZe. It wasn't the money, bro. He just didn't have the vibes. And then, of course, the retort being, well, what? How did you like the vibes when you failed to qualify to the major?
Well, I guess the vibes were not that good at that point in time, given how FaZe looks now and their roster being, even though, you know, in theory, it's just one player, and their roster being completely different when it comes to their identity, right?
Yeah, no more wee-woo.
No more wee-woo.
Ambulance went to a new district.
And just to the point where FaZe definitely need an ambulance.
Yeah, that announcement video from Falcons where he said, you know, Kerrigan said, don't worry, Falcons, I'm here to help. It's like, I don't know, should we have like disgraced doctor comparisons or something? Like, you already screwed up one patient, you're moving on to the next. There's something funny about that. Like, well, my last patient successfully failed to qualify to the major, so I'm going to help you guys. You know what I mean?
He did get 3 out of 4 major finals in CS2, so you gotta hand it to him. That's yeah, it's no small feat.
It is true. I'm not a Kerrigan hater. I just thought that was a funny narrative to go for.
Yeah.
Not looking like much of a medical professional these days. Maybe that'll change in the major itself. Young Ninjas took a tactical. Decided to talk over their plan for what might be the last round of today's broadcast. Rude's op aiming down middle. Hasn't found anybody yet, but that HE might open things up for at least some information, especially combining with the swing from Veister. But he ends up doubling back. A little bit of utility presence here from Unity, keeping everybody at an arm's length. A slow one here.
A very slow one. Unity, of course, they got to be under some stress, hoping that the Young Ninjas are going to make a mistake. That last round was a Hail Mary, just push towards B and hope for the best. Let's see if that's going to be the case in this one as well. They could try to abuse that B split the same way Ninjas did in the first half. I wouldn't be against it, especially when you look at the mini-map. There's a lot of room for Unity to stretch their legs and find good spots in order to take control of B, especially with those defenders being isolated. Note, being outside the doors, and Joski, should Note fall, will need to look at 2 different angles, 3 potentially. But they're still taking their sweet time. Veister wants to go through that smoke. That might cost him his life. Just spots the head and takes it off the shoulders. 30 seconds on the clock. Smoke rethrown on CT spawn, and now they want to hit B. Note ready to defend. Finds the first, unable to find a follow-up, and now a player isolated. Though Joski took care of Mikey, and there's 15 seconds on the clock. They have to hurry up, and now they're losing men. Only one player left. It's Neofrag on 14. No time left. It's Young Ninjas claiming this map. 13-6, the previous being 13-5, walking over the last hope of the Czech-Slovak region as they book their ticket to tomorrow's best of 3 against Eyeballers.
Tomorrow we'll see Young Ninjas threaten for a spot at LAN, and that is what we want to see in Prague. Maybe not necessarily the mere fact that they're an academy lineup, but the excitement of new prospects entering the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ninjas are here and a little bit deeper in the bench than we thought. Their academy roster getting to the do or die match tomorrow, as you mentioned, against Eyeballers. And that does mean that we have seen yet another dismissal of a potential hometown favorite. At this point, who are the crowd going to cheer for?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what that's going to be like. I would assume, and that's just an assumption, should JW and Eyeballers make it to LAN, that the crowd could be cheering for them, because it's been a long time since we've seen JW on LAN, and not just on LAN, but on LAN where you have a crowd, and that is going to be a lot of hype going on. But that is it for the first day of the play-ins. Walczaki took out Tricked Unity out against Young Ninjas, so those two teams will be facing Kalesia and Eyeballers tomorrow at 1700 hours CEST. Afterwards, we will know which 4 teams will be on LAN in Prague at the end of May. I'm very excited about these matches, especially that first one, the Polish Derby. I think that the entire Polish region can be really proud of both of the teams. They now know that at least one of them will be going to LAN.
At least one of them will be going to LAN. We will have Polish representation in Prague, and that's going to be an interesting fusion of cultures. I actually don't even know which team I'd rather see. I guess Walczaki is maybe a little bit more favored for me, not necessarily in terms of the tactics or anything like that, but their style is really fun on the T side. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can bring that same energy tomorrow. At the very least, you and I, Luba, will be seeing that squad one more time, but maybe they can make it to LAN. And of course, I obviously want to cast JW. Come on now. Let's get him into that LAN and see if he could do silly things again. Exciting matches coming up tomorrow. A taster for what's to come in the end of May.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be very fun tomorrow as we close out the online stage. Of course, this is it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to tune in tomorrow so you can find out which 2 teams will be making their way to Prague, as Pronogo said, at the end of May. But this is it for today. We wish you a good night.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity, tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click, we reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi myslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.